Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in to Elevate Your Wealth.
If you're 5 to 10 years from retirement, you do not have the time to deal with a market downturn.
With Mark Stimson and Casey Elkins.
It's important that you know what the rules are, because if you don't, you can make some tremendous decisions that could adversely affect you, and you may not be able to go back and fix it.
Tune in to Elevate Your Wealth, Saturdays at 11 a.m., right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Thanks for joining us. As heavy rain fell and the Guadalupe River spilled its banks with speed, David Chambers knocked on one door after another at his RV resort. The once idyllic RV park was named Guadalupe Keys Resort to evoke the laid-back vibe of the Florida Keys. At 6:50 a.m. July 4th, the river was headed their way. USA Today says Chambers yelled, "You got to get out," into one RV after another until all 15 people who had rented the units had evacuated. Minutes later, the brown water had completely covered the park, flipping RVs upside down. Others were pushed miles downstream. He had sped the 25 miles to the park, arriving just as the river was spilling over its banks. On July 7, the park was a muddied disaster zone, and one of his shipping containers with tools and other belongings was spotted by a friend in Waring, Texas, 15 miles downstream. By the way, he has insurance, and Mr. Chambers plans to rebuild. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Texas death toll could soar.
We will not stop until every missing person is accounted for.
Massive cleanup efforts.
There's still a lot of debris down there.
High Court okays federal firings.
This would be a significant restructuring of the executive branch.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, Texas officials now say more than 160 people are still unaccounted for in Kerr County, the area ravaged by floods. The known death toll from the disaster stands at 110. CBS's Janet Shamlian has more on rescue efforts that for days have been futile.
We're headed to across the river.
Louis Deppy took us along on his daily search for survivors.
We're all children of God, and this is what I would want somebody to do for me.
What started as a mission to find his best friend's daughter became a broader effort after her body was found. Two of her friends who were with her in a riverside cabin are still missing.
One of the shocking memories I'll always have is just how high some of the debris got.
The ravaged landscape of the storm zone is eerily dotted with the keepsakes of a child's summer in Texas. A customized camp truck, T-shirts, pillows, backpacks, and photos.
Okay, we're going to try to get out there before it gets too hot.
For volunteer Jonathan McComb, the work is deeply personal. Flash flooding in 2015 in nearby Wimberley ripped his home from its foundation. McComb was the sole survivor after floating downstream for miles. He lost his wife, his young son and daughter, and 5 friends.
I know that there's folks out there that are hurting, and I know exactly how they're feeling, and so I want to be able to help them and hopefully give some closure.
Texas inspectors signed off on Camp Mystic's emergency planning just 2 days before the flooding that killed more than 24 people at the all-girls Christian summer camp, most of them children. CBS's Jason Allen.
Meeting for the first time since flash floods devastated their city last week, Kerrville leaders were emotional Tuesday.
I wish to God there was a way we could have warned them.
At the Old River Road RV Resort along the banks of the Guadalupe River, park managers Marianne Moran and Hannah Thrasher told us they didn't receive any official evacuation warnings they would expect to get on their phones until it was too late. Instead, Moran says she was woken up by volunteer firefighters as water was already overtaking the property.
I think there should have been alarms. Why there weren't alarms going off around here is beyond me.
Reporter Chris Fox has more on the outpouring of help.
Search and rescue kept Center Point, Texas firefighters so busy they asked neighbor John Finster to coordinate a donation staging area. It's now serving first responders and volunteers in a 30-mile radius. Food, water, anything.
If they ain't got it out there, they can come here and get it. Whoever needs it, and it's Hill Country wide.
Chris Higgins is with Operation Barbecue Relief. They arrived along the river in Ingram, Texas, the first night of the floods. So far, they've served over 6,000 meals.
First responders that are doing this don't take the time to nourish themselves and take care of themselves, and we're here for that.
Chris Fox for CBS News, Kerrville, Texas.
In New Mexico, at least 3 people died in a mountain village that's a popular summer retreat in the southern part of the state after monsoon rains triggered flash flooding so intense an entire house was swept downstream.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hard to believe for neighbors who saw that. The Rio Ruidoso rose 19 feet in a matter of minutes. Now overseas, correspondent Elizabeth Palmer has more on efforts to broker a Gaza ceasefire deal. A U.S. envoy says 3 areas of disagreement have been resolved. One issue remains.
For hungry Gazans, a ceasefire can't come soon enough. The deal should provide for a surge of aid to relieve this acute misery and desperation. It will also end the Israeli military strikes, which target Hamas fighters, but have killed thousands more, including women and children. Israelis long for a ceasefire, too. Yesterday, there were funerals for 4 of 5 young soldiers killed in an explosion in Gaza.
The Kremlin today brushed off President Trump's latest remarks about Vladimir Putin. Trump used profanity at a cabinet meeting to indicate a lot of what Putin says is meaningless. The president also insisted he didn't know who gave the order to withhold weapons shipments to Ukraine. He has vowed to send more U.S. weapons to that country. Coming up on 5 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
There's a tentative deal to end the strike by 10,000 city employees in Philadelphia. The walkout, which was just into its second week, had caused trash to pile up all over the city. KYW radio reporter Tim Jimenez.
The city and the union agreed to this 3-year contract that's had mostly been about the money here. Workers will be back on the job as soon as today or as soon as they're able to. They still have to vote to officially approve this deal.
The Supreme Court has cleared the way for President Trump's plans to downsize the federal workforce, despite warnings that government services will be lost and hundreds of thousands of federal employees will lose their jobs. The justices overrode lower court orders that temporarily froze the cuts. Our legal contributor, Jessica Levinson.
We're potentially talking about days or weeks to see some significant changes in the executive branch.
President Trump says imported copper will now be taxed at 50%, just like steel and aluminum, and he's warned a 200% tariff on foreign pharmaceuticals could be coming soon. CBS's Ed O'Keefe has the latest on possible trade agreements.
We've been anticipating announcements of a deal with India, Japan, with South Korea. There's the ongoing talks with the European Union. There's a hope of getting a deal by next week with Canada. Nothing yet on Mexico.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says the city is joining a lawsuit to challenge the tactics used by the Trump administration to carry out immigration enforcement.
It is critical that we use every single venue, every single possibility of seeking justice.
She says terror and fear have been created. Bass condemned a Monday show of force in MacArthur Park that involved National Guard troops. Well, someone paid more than $3,600 for a slice of cake. Not just any cake, a slice from Queen Elizabeth's 1947 wedding to Prince Philip. Jerry Layton, the man who bought it, says he plans to flambe it in rum and eat it when he turns 65 soon. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new Barbie doll has a medical condition.
Hey, Barbie. Hey. Mattel has unveiled a new Barbie with type 1 diabetes, representing the estimated 304,000 kids and teenagers in the U.S. with the same condition. She wears a pink insulin pump and a continuous glucose monitor to help control her blood sugar. It's linked to a phone in her purse, which displays a monitoring app. Barbie slays in the style department in a blue polka dot crop top, matching ruffled miniskirt and chunky baby blue heels. She retails for $11. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Tiger King star Doc Antle has been sentenced to a year and a day in prison for illegally buying endangered animals. Prosecutors say Antle bought chimpanzees and tigers on the black market and used them for his Myrtle Beach safari, charging $200 for a 5-minute photo session with a chimp. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 5:10. I'm Manda Factor.
A man's walk at Dash Point State Park took a bizarre turn. Kevin Ewing from Tacoma says he found a box wrapped in green cloth near the tide line. Inside, a severed human toe. He told the Federal Way Mirror he thought it might be a prayer bundle until he opened it. There was sage, tobacco, and a rag with the toe inside. State Patrol's now investigating this incident from June. The toe's now at the King County Medical Examiner's Office for DNA testing. Ewing says he's not traumatized, but he is shaken. He's just hoping someone can identify the toe and bring peace to a family. The flooding in Texas that has left more than 100 people dead and dozens missing is prompting King County leaders to take action. Here's KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay.
King County Flood District Board Chair Reagan Dunn says his biggest fear is that we'll get flooding here like what we've been seeing in Texas.
I've seen some incredible pictures from generations past that show the entire Kent Valley completely covered in water from one side to the other.
Dunn introduced a motion which has passed unanimously, which directs the county to strengthen its early alert and warning systems, develop a flood preparedness video to go out to the public, and to translate preparedness materials into additional languages. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
More than 400 small earthquakes have rattled Mount Rainier since early yesterday. The strongest was just a 1.7, and scientists say it's likely not tied to volcanic activity. KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Audley has more.
People we spoke to at the base of the mountain weren't too nervous about it.
It's certainly not something I'm afraid of or especially concerned of.
Diego Rodriguez lives near Paradise. He works in Ashford at the National Park Inn.
It's definitely in the back of your mind, I think, at all times when you're here, but it's not so significant that you're oh no, I hope it doesn't happen.
The last time there was this level of seismic activity on Mount Rainier was in 2009. No charges for embattled King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson, at least for now. Wilson was arrested last week for suspicion of stalking his former fiancée, Lee Keller, and violating a court's order to stay away from her. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was there and has this report.
As court appearances go, this one was quick. It only took a couple of minutes for a Snohomish County prosecutor to say the state is declining to file charges. The issue is prosecutors have yet to receive all evidence in the case or they haven't yet made a charging decision. So for now, Wilson is off the hook, but that could change in a matter of days or weeks. Snohomish County prosecutors were asked and agreed to take the case so King County prosecutors could avoid any perception of conflict of interest. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Well, you're going to have to change your plans if you had tickets to see Heart at the Gorge. The iconic Seattle rock band canceled its August 8th show at the Gorge. Instead, Sisters Ann and Nancy Wilson are bringing their Royal Flush tour home to Climate Pledge Arena. Tickets for the November 23rd show go on sale on Friday. If you had tickets for the Gorge show, you'll get your money back. It's 5:13, and that's time to check the roads on this Wednesday morning. We do traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Morning, Amanda. Off to a pretty good start. Not a lot of action going on. However, if you use the Hood Canal Bridge, they're wrapping up construction there eastbound on 104, kind of at the top end of the bridge there. And if you haven't driven it lately, there's a new roundabout there at Paradise Bay Road, and that's causing, I think, a little bit of slowing as people get used to that new configuration there. There's a lot of slowing going northbound this morning, heading across up trying to work your way further north. Other than that, the drive looks really good. I mean, we're under 30 minutes between most of our drives, maybe 35 from Puyallup to Renton. But Federal Way to Seattle, about a half an hour. Renton to Bellevue is only 10 minutes at this point. Coming down for the north end, nice and easy at 30 minutes. Nothing across the lake. So, as you would imagine, at 5:14 in the morning, we're pretty quiet.
Excellent. Thank you, Sully.
Yeah.
We're taking a look at the forecast now, and a bit of a change. We're seeing drizzle, 69 the high for today. We'll stay cloudy all day. And then tomorrow, some sunshine by afternoon again, 72 the high, warming up to 81 on Friday. The weekend looks terrific. Sunshine both Saturday and Sunday with highs in the low 80s. Right now, it's cloudy and 61 here in Seattle. And coming up in just a moment, we'll get an early visit from G. Scott here on Seattle's Morning News.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, we've got a new administration. What have we seen as a result at the IRS?
Well, the result that I think everyone has seen is, unfortunately, reduction in staff.
And yet people think that because of those reductions, they're in a better spot.
Well, it's not necessarily the case, because the IRS is still going to work with the staff that they have. And in fact, their collection activity is going up.
But now is also the best time to get something done that could be favorable to the taxpayer who owes.
It's very interesting. I've had 2 cases now that I was able to get settled with the IRS fairly quickly and with some excellent results. I think they're just trying to get any case where there's a real live person working on it through the system quicker. They're needing to handle a lot more cases. The caseload isn't going to slow down.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Joining us from the G and Ursula show, G. Scott. Good morning, G.
Hey, good morning. Good
Hi.
morning. Today's segment is going to be a lot calmer than yesterday.
Okay, well, thank goodness.
That's boring.
Talking population size?
Yeah. Right now, data released this past week talking about the Washington Office of Financial Management has shown right now the city of Seattle has hit the population of 816,000 that happened on April 1st. That's about 18,900 more from a year ago. So it has shown a 2.4% growth here in Seattle. So I know you might have an uncle, auntie, cousin, or friend on your Facebook that tells you all the time how much Seattle is dying. Well, not so fast. It's not dying. It's actually thriving. It's doing well. People actually want to be here. I know Sometimes they take pictures of the 1 to 2 streets like they always do to show you that Seattle's dying. Just like if they were to go to Vancouver, BC, they could go show the streets of Richards and show that street. But at the same time, Seattle's doing well. The next point I wanted to make here is about this population. Even though Seattle is thriving, it is not, the population growth is not the most in Seattle as far as in the state. 2 of the fastest growing parts right now, North Bend has had a nice increase. Folks are moving out there with a 4% increase. And Black Diamond out there, 3.3%. So that's a little further south for you, or is it east of you, Charlie?
That is east of me, And they have a huge new housing development in Black Diamond, and they're really building a community out there. But I want to get back to the city. What is your favorite part? Why don't you live in Seattle? You live in Tacoma.
That's a good point. So before the pandemic, as you all know, I used to live in Sammamish, right?
Look at you.
Felt like I was in the episodes of Desperate Housewives. So I left Sammamish during the pandemic. My son went off to college, and I went down to Tacoma. I love Tacoma. Like really love Tacoma. And so now I don't see myself living any other place other than Tacoma. Tacoma is one of those places that I don't know. I mean, I can't say how other people feel about it, but I love all the restaurants in Tacoma. Like, I feel like there's stuff down there. If I'm in Tacoma or go to Fedway, get me nice Korean food.
You mean Fedweezy?
Cool. I mean, you said it, not me. So yeah, I love Tacoma. That's what it is. Not that Seattle isn't nice. I work here in Seattle. It's interesting because it's crazy because I'm consistently seeing some of the same people that live and work in Seattle tell other people how terrible Seattle is. It's weird, right?
I love it. We took a drive on the waterfront on Saturday, and it was just bustling. It is the Seattle I know and love. It was beautiful.
I got to be able to, I don't have the confidence to use that word, Manda.
What's that?
Bustling. that takes some confidence. That's it.
She's a professional, G.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You just threw me under. Why don't you live in Seattle, Charlie?
I love living. Okay. Well, I grew up in, when I was a kid, I lived actually on a farm on the Southwest Washington. Then I spent a lot of time up in Edmonds growing up and loved it there. Lived in Seattle for a while. I was able to pay $650 a month for an apartment that had a view of Puget Sound and Greenwood. And then I could not afford an apartment and moved to the South End. It was happily ever after. I love it down in the South End. I don't know how anybody affords living in Seattle.
I just want to say one more thing. And look, I'm not bashing on Seattle at all, but I find it interesting that you're paying dang near $1 million for a crib and you can't hardly get down your street. You got to wait on the side for the other person. Oh, beep, beep, excuse me. Oh. You can't even get down the street. You're living right next to each other. There's no space. You can't find parking. You can't have a get-together, because if you have a get-together, you got to tell them to park around the corner. And so you're paying $1 million for that? Nah, let me pull up down to Tacoma. Hang out with my people down there. Plus, I love the people down in Tacoma. And I'm paying, $500,000 of that and have a whole bunch of space. Yeah, sign me up, Tacoma.
Yeah, you showed me a picture of your backyard. Just a little jelly.
I
don't have a backyard.
Oh, that backyard is coming together.
Coming soon, a new children's book from G. Scott. It's called Beep Beep Down the Street this fall from HarperCollins.
It's now 5:23, and a look at our forecast. It's quite a change from yesterday. Much cooler, 69 and a little bit drizzly at times today. For tomorrow, look for clouds early on, but back to the sunshine by afternoon and 72, 81 on Friday, and right on through the weekend, sunshine around 80. Right now, cloudy and 61 in Seattle. The morning's top stories coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
You just invested in new gutter guards to keep the junk out. So why are they clogged with moss and gunk? Well, here's the missing link between just any gutter guards and ones that actually work. You see, most gutter guards, sure, they stop leaves, but they don't stop what grows on them. Moss, algae, grime, they take over, turning your new gutter guards into a plugged, soggy mess. And that's where Moss Eater's gutter guards come in. They're changing the game. It's the only gutter guard with copper-infused tech. That means moss, algae, and gunk won't grow on it. It's like having a built-in moss eater on your home. And look, at Moss Eaters, we're not just going to install your guards and then let you fend for yourself. No, we're going to maintain your roof too. Because a clean roof and clog-free gutters means no water, no leaks, and no stress. Get the only gutter guard that truly fights back. Call Moss Eaters at 206-531-7800 or visit mosseaters.com today. That's 206-531-7800 or online at mosseaters.com.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah, at least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. Dayandnight.net. You got a pipe with a leak. Water's reaching its peak. Dayandnight.net. Your old water heater, she's starting to peter. Dayandnight.net. The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell? Dayandnight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Dayandnight.net. Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value, and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today, and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour, and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company. InsulationNorthwest.com. This could be the
oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The Ready Right Now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger-wielding plumber.
A clean screen, trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy?
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experience for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event, going on right now through July 20th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 5:31. I'm Manda Factor. At least 110 people are confirmed dead following the flooding in Texas. Governor Greg Abbott has promised crews will continue working until every single person is accounted for. CBS News correspondent Jason Allen has more this morning from Ingram, Texas.
The cover efforts are extremely broad, a 30 to 40 mile stretch along this river, and you can go just about anywhere up and down the river, and you will see people walking on both sides. They're going through the trees, they're looking at brush piles, they might be out in boats. Yesterday, we saw a lot of resources devoted and dedicated to a truck that looked like it was just buried under rock and sand.
Those flash floods have left more than 160 people still missing.
My worst fear for this community is to have flooding like this.
That's King County Flood District Board Chair Reagan Dunn, who's introduced a motion designed to help prevent that.
What this will do is develop recommendations for expanding flood preparedness, education, including alerts and early warning systems.
It also calls for the district to translate its preparedness materials into additional languages and to develop a flood preparedness video. The motion passed unanimously yesterday. King County Assessor John Wilson will not face charges, at least for now. He was arrested last week for allegedly stalking his ex-fiancée and violating a court order. In court yesterday, prosecutors said they're still reviewing evidence and charges could still be filed later. Snohomish County is handling the case to avoid a conflict of interest. Update to a story we brought you yesterday. Over the holiday weekend, a group took over an intersection in Auburn, and a driver ran over an 18-year-old, leaving her in critical condition. That wasn't the only recent street takeover in Western Washington. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports more than 100 people took over a street in Tacoma last week, and 4 people were arrested.
Jim Fuda with Crime Stoppers says not only are we seeing more laws try to crack down on street takeovers.
The police departments have got a task force out now that they're working on to try to curb these things.
While Tyler agrees these takeovers can put lives in danger.
Yeah, it's the people hanging out the windows that's stupid.
He also believes there are safer ways to gather.
We kind of just need more permits to be able to do this in like a private location, like a warehouse with some security and barriers, something safe.
Auburn police are still looking for the driver from last weekend's incident. It's 5:33, and that's time to check traffic. Once again, we do that every 10 minutes for you. And Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're starting to see a few more customers out there, but all in all, just a little bit of yellow on the map. If you're coming up the Valley Freeway, seeing some brake lights out of Sumner, a little bit in Auburn, but all in all, we're running 35 minutes to make it from Puyallup, Sumner up into the Renton area. And then Renton to Bellevue, still all green on the map there, only 10 or 11 minutes to make the drive. Looking at Olympia to Tacoma, not any action there yet either. 30 minutes to Tacoma. Starting to see a little braking between 320th and 272nd, but really not too bad. Overall, 35 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. 35 is what we have from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Across the lake, no issues. Still seeing some braking on north and southbound or east or westbound, depending on your perspective, on 104 there, right at the top of the north end of the Hood Canal Bridge. They're doing construction there. There's a new roundabout at Paradise Road, so I think people are getting used to it, but there's a little extra slowing there this morning, just about 30 seconds or so, not too bad. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
All righty, thank you. We're going to see some drizzle at times today, 69 the high, so a much different look to the weather today. But tomorrow, sunshine again by afternoon, warming into the low 70s Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're going to see lots of sunshine with highs up around to 80. Right now, it is cloudy and 61 in Seattle.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
We have an update from the Justice Department this week surrounding the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man wrongfully deported to El Salvador in March.
Garcia has since been returned to the U.S., where he's facing criminal charges for taking part, prosecutors say, in a years-long conspiracy to smuggle undocumented immigrants into the United States.
CBS Justice correspondent Scott McFarland is with us once again this morning. Scott, good morning. It appears the future for Garcia is murky. Bring us up to speed.
We are 4 months into this saga now. This man who was mistakenly deported from Maryland to El Salvador, to that infamous detention center. And there's no certain road ahead here for Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We know he's being held in Nashville on a federal human smuggling charge, a case he denies. But he's trying to get moved back to Maryland to be held there, saying that he was supposed to be returned to the United States months ago, and the judge in Nashville doesn't think the charges are serious enough to hold him in pretrial detention. But the Department of Justice keeps fighting this, and the case remains in limbo 4 months later. It's a saga, but this is not the last chapter.
It does sound like prosecutors are intent on deporting him. Can you give us an idea? How does that work if he were to be released by a judge?
Oh, it's so complicated, and that's part of the issue here. Their concern from Abrego Garcia and his supporters is that he would be deported back to some inhumane jail or prison with no connection to his home country. And that's been the issue here. The Trump administration is now seeing fit to deport people to third nations, places where they don't have any roots, but that are willing to take undocumented immigrants from the United States. And that's a concern. But also, is he to be prosecuted or deported? Big issue. And it seems small, but it's not. The Trump administration, in a high-profile case a few months ago, announced the arrest of a, quote, MS-13 leader before they actually prosecuted him, tried him, proved their case. They simply moved to deport him. And there's a concern here that Abrego Garcia will not have his day in court to clear his name, but will just be deported. And that's a break from tradition, and that's a break from custom inside the Department of Justice.
What are the specifics of the charges?
So he was arrested, he was arrested upon his transfer back to the United States. He's accused in 2021 of smuggling people across the country, potentially other undocumented immigrants. The Department of Justice would argue there's tethers to MS-13 there, too. He denied that allegation during a traffic stop back in 2021 near Nashville, saying he was just bringing people to work a job, a labor job on the East Coast. But these charges, though federal, though felonies, though could lead him to prison time, were not sufficient to hold him in jail until trial, an indication of how serious or not serious the judge felt this case was. His supporters say these are trumped-up charges, exaggerated, hyperbolized, as the Department of Justice tries to justify their handling of Abrego Garcia. But it's an open question whether he gets to go to trial or will simply be deported. There's a hearing back in Maryland in federal court Thursday.
All right, CBS News' Scott McFarland with his report on Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
It's now 5:38. Seattle's morning news. Thanks for being part of us, being with us this morning. The legendary Little Red Hen is Seattle's only full-time country music venue and dance hall. Now the bar's owners say it will close its doors at the end of this month. Here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
The Little Red Hen's motto, serving cold ones since 1933. In the same building in Green Lake since 1968. No one ever thought the bar would cease to exist, but at the end of this month, the Little Red Hen will be no more. General Manager Kyle Snodgrass.
It's devastating for the community. It's a place people come, they become family just walking in the door.
The bar is being evicted over a lease dispute. The owner hopes it can be all sorted out and the bar can stay in business. If you want to help, go to SaveTheHen.com. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Oh, the rising death toll in the Texas floods. We'll get the latest from CBS News coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio App.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Battle of the Brands Hot Tub Expo is back. Tacoma Mall parking lot. Top brands competing for your business. Deep discounts from Jacuzzi Hot Tubs, Dreammaker Spas, Nordic Hot Tubs, Sundance Spas, even Hydropool self-cleaning swim spas. In stock and ready for immediate delivery. Save thousands. Hot tubs from $99 a month. Brands compete. You save. The Battle of the Brands Expo, presented by Aquaquip. Tacoma Mall parking lot starts Friday. Qualified buyers with credit approval pay just $99 a month for a Dreammaker Cabana with $500 deposit, 10.99%, and 144-month term. Other offers available. See us at Tacoma Mall for more details.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my friend Brock Heward. Brock, why did you call First Mark?
Brandy, it is so good to talk to you. It's been too long, and we made that call. And the only bummer is we waited too long. I know you hear from people that you talk to as well as I do to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I just wish we would have done it earlier. You know, Brandy, the word that comes to my mind is a word I use on my sports show a lot, and that is connective tissue. It's important in team building. It's important to players in a locker room to be connected to others. And when it comes to insurance, it's so complicated. It's stressful, and you just don't even want to deal with it. And that's where the connective tissue of having a pro, having a broker, having a partner, and most of all, having a teammate like First Mark Insurance was the best connective tissue we could find.
Brock did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
CBS News Brief. The death toll could double from catastrophic flooding in Texas Hill Country. At least 110 victims are confirmed, but officials say 160 people are still missing. CBS's Nydia Cavazos from Kerrville.
Difficult terrain. People are hoping for the best here, but the situation doesn't necessarily look like it's improving as we go on to day 6 of these search and rescue operations here.
The Supreme Court's given the Trump administration the go-ahead to proceed with mass government layoffs. Legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
How quickly could this happen? I would say that we're potentially talking about days or weeks to see some significant changes in the executive branch.
The city employees' strike in Philadelphia is over. Last hour, both sides announced they'd reached an agreement to end the week-old walkout by sanitation workers, airport maintenance crews, police dispatchers, and crossing guards. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
A look at our forecast. You might get a little wet today. Drizzle is in the forecast. A high today of 69. Back to sunshine by tomorrow afternoon, though, and 72. Friday, right on through the weekend. Look for mostly sunny skies and highs into the low 80s. It's cloudy and 61 in Seattle right now. And coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold explains why churches can now endorse candidates directly to their congregation. I'm Manda Factor. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color
exactly
vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com, sharper-than-e-vision.com.
You probably know Valentine Roofing for, well, roofing. In fact, they were voted best roofing company in the Pacific Northwest 2 years running. But did you know they do much more than just roofing? If you need anything addressed on your siding, gutters, attic insulation, or even exterior cleaning, give them a call. That's what I did. Hey, Jake Skorheim here. I recently had a bit of a moss problem on my roof, which happens here in the Northwest. I called Valentine Roofing to schedule a service, and it couldn't have been easier or faster. And the best thing for my hectic schedule, I didn't even need to be there for the appointment. They did everything while I was at work, and after they finished and cleaned up, I got a link with all the details and photo and video of the service. Valentine Roofing is a name you know, the team you can trust, and the craftsmanship your home deserves. So next time you need work done on your home, whether it's your roof, siding, attic, or gutters, call my favorite home improvement company, Valentine Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today by calling Valentine Roofing at 206-ROOFING or schedule online at valentinерoof.com. That's valentinерoof.com.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
We call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to talk about the big national stories of the week.
David, good morning. Let's start today with your reporting from last night. What big changes are ahead for churches and politics?
Well, last night, the IRS said in a court filing that it was basically creating an exemption in a decades-old rule. That rule is that if you're a tax-exempt group, whether you're a charity or a church or a synagogue or a mosque, you can't get involved in political campaigning. You can't endorse candidates. You can't campaign on behalf of a candidate. What the IRS did last night was say, okay, we're creating a new exemption for that. If you're a house of worship, not just the church, but other houses of worship, and you're speaking from the pulpit, you're speaking to your congregation, not to the public at large, but to the members of your congregation, you can endorse candidates. That's what they're saying. You can oppose a candidate. You can make political speech from the pulpit to your congregation. That was something the IRS wasn't really policing before, but now they're saying officially it's legal.
And how was it different before in terms of the rule?
In the past, the rule was pastors could not, the rabbis, whoever, could not endorse a candidate from the pulpit. In practice, they often did, and the IRS was pretty sporadic about enforcing that rule because it was afraid of overstepping First Amendment freedom of religion grounds. But it was the rule, and so if you were a church or a synagogue, you would say, well, let's not do it because we don't want to break any rules. Now that rule has gone away.
What prompted this? Has it been brewing for a long time?
Well, President Trump has said for a long time that he wants to get rid of the entire rule. It's called the Johnson Amendment, the entire rule that says that nonprofits can't get involved in politics. But in this case, it was in response to a lawsuit filed by some churches in Texas against the IRS. The churches said, hey, look, we don't think this rule is constitutional. It oversteps freedom of religion. This is the IRS basically settling that case and saying, you know what, you're right. We're not going to enforce that rule against churches or other houses of worship.
I know this is still very early on in terms of the new rule, but what kind of a reaction are you hearing?
Well, it's a mix. There are some people who say, well, look, this was basically already the rule anyway. The IRS didn't say it, but this is how they were treating the rule in practice. But there are a lot of folks, including big associations of nonprofits, who really worry about the impact here. They say, well, it sounds like it's getting the IRS out of the business of policing what churches say, but it may just make them more involved. So now, okay, if the rule is it's okay to speak to your congregation, well, what if you speak to your congregation but put that sermon online? What if you have a TV congregation? What if your congregation you think is the world and you broadcast things to the world? It may make them invite the IRS more into deciding where churches have overstepped this new boundary.
David, let's switch gears and talk about the deteriorating relationship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Elon establishing a third party. Thoughts on that?
I really don't think that's going to succeed. I mean, I've been wrong about Elon Musk before. A lot of people have. But think about what Elon Musk has done in the last year. He started out maybe 2 or 3 years ago with a strong base of support among liberals, people that bought Teslas, cared about climate change, believed in his mission as someone who wanted to get rid of gas-powered cars. Then he threw those people, basically gave the middle finger to all those people, told them that they were traitors to the country, and joined Donald Trump, became Donald Trump's biggest fan. And, then we had the 2024 campaign. We had Doge, where he was in this incredibly confrontational. Remember the straight arm salute he did earlier this year? He was this incredibly confrontational far-right figure. And now he's saying, wait, I don't want to be either one of those. I want to be a party for the middle. Well, who's going to go there? He's alienated in a really short amount of time both sides of the American political divide. I just don't think there are enough people who like Elon Musk to build any sort of political party on.
What kind of candidates is he reaching out to? I've heard that Andrew Yang is among them.
I mean, yes, I think he's trying to find people who are, seen as being sort of independent, who might support him. Andrew Yang being one of them. The crazy thing about that is, the one issue that we really know Musk cares about is spending, deficits, debt. He wants to make the U.S. spend a lot less and, balance the budget, reduce our deficit. Andrew Yang's big thing was universal basic income, basically the government paying everyone a salary, even if you didn't have a job. I don't know how you get those two ideologies together in one party.
Well, let's talk about tariffs and the latest developments in the U.S. implementing those tariffs on trade partners. Seems like a lot of entreaties were proposed by countries throughout Asia to no avail. What do you think President Trump really wants from these new deals?
It's hard to tell. He promised this thing a few weeks ago. We're going to get a deal with every country in the world by July 9th. And he ended up getting a deal with one, kind of a framework deal with Vietnam and maybe a couple of other places. And so now he's saying, okay, well, now we're doing it by August. Well, I think what he's finding is that it's really, really hard to make comprehensive trade deals at all, that they're very slow, painstaking processes. It's hard to do them with a zillion countries at once. And it's especially hard when you keep showing that you're not willing to use the leverage you have, right? He keeps saying, I'm going to make huge tariffs in a week, in a month, in 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 months. If people don't really believe you're going to use that threat, then it's kind of an empty threat and people are not going to come running to make these deals.
What do you read into the financial markets not really reacting to these tariff announcements?
I think it's the taco trade. We talked about taco a couple of months ago. Trump always chickens out. I think they've decided Trump does not really want to do something that would blow up the global economy. He's going to talk a lot about high tariffs, but he's not actually going to do it. He's just going to keep pushing it off and off and off, and then maybe he'll get some trade deals that don't change things very much and claim a win. That would be like what he did in his first term. I think they've decided they've taken the measure of Trump, and he's not really going to shoot the hostage.
Lastly, Jeffrey Epstein. This is a story that has been in the headlines for years. Now the Department of Justice saying he had no little black book. There's no list. What are you hearing about this?
Well, this was an issue that right-wingers had promised for a long time before 2024, during the 2024 campaign, even after Trump won. There's this incriminating client list. There's all these records. There's records about how Epstein didn't commit suicide. And even after those people then took over the Justice Department, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, they kept sort of teasing us, just wait till you see this great stuff, and then in the end they had to just admit, we got nothing. We have nothing new. There's no new secrets to the Epstein case. There's no new clients to investigate. There's no new details that show he didn't commit suicide. All the things they've been hyping for months are just, according to them, don't exist.
New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. At 5:53, we check the forecast. A little bit drizzly for today, 69. It's just one little blip, and then we get back to the sunshine by tomorrow afternoon. 72 for tomorrow, and then into the low 80s for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Beautiful weekend with lots of sunshine. It is cloudy and 61 in Seattle right now. Coming up, what looked like a Christmas present at Dash Point turned out to be something a little more gruesome. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey will explain, and Charlie Harger joins me for Seattle's Morning News here on KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO News Radio app. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call Roof Smart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Can you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional.
If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Protecting your home has never been easier, thanks to our flexible financing options that can fit any budget. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, attic insulation, and even prevent moss without straining your wallet. Plus, it's all backed by our Guardian Guarantee. Why wait? Start guarding your home today. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A Scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where Scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about Scouting.
Care Partners Senior Living is growing. Amanda here. We are very excited to introduce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, and North Creek Bothell, bringing compassionate, quality care at an affordable price, closer to more of you. Visit carepartnersliving.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A massive search and rescue operation continues in South Texas Hill Country for more than 160 people missing after last Friday's flash flooding. The known death toll is up to 110. CBS's Jason Allen is in Ingram.
The cover efforts are extremely broad, a 30 to 40 mile stretch along this river, and you can go just about anywhere up and down the river, and you will see people walking on both sides. They're going through the trees, they're looking at brush piles, they might be out in boats.
A report from the Department of State Health Services shows an emergency plan for Camp Mystic, where at least 27 campers and counselors died, had been approved just 2 days before. CBS's Nydia Cavazos.
People we've been speaking to here on the ground in Kerrville, Texas, describe that in some cases they didn't receive an alert. And for some who did receive these alerts on their phone, this also came in the middle of the night. So there was little that they could have done to prevent this.
A popular mountain retreat in New Mexico has been hit by deadly flooding.
We had one of our water gauges, which is we call the Hollywood gauge, and it saw a historical high of 20 feet.
Ruidoso spokeswoman Carrie Gladden says the river there rose in a matter of minutes. A man and 2 children were swept away in the rushing waters. A week-old strike by thousands of municipal employees in Philadelphia ended early this morning. KYW's Ross DiMattei.
Union workers, some 9,000 of them here in the city of Philadelphia, could return to their job sites as early as today, and that includes picking up the trash that is mounted all over the city of Philadelphia.
The main sticking point in contract negotiations, wages. We're expecting details on the agreement later today. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for 2 Taliban leaders.
The court accused the Taliban supreme spiritual leader and its chief justice of persecuting women and girls. The Taliban has clamped down on women's rights since returning to power in Afghanistan in 2021. Last year, it banned women from speaking in public. This woman told the BBC through an interpreter,
"We're like dead bodies moving around. We can't talk. We can't do anything."
The Taliban says it does not recognize the International Court and does not consider itself bound by it. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A very old dessert is about to be repurposed.
Master bakers and confectioners at a Reading factory have been engaged on a very special order, a wedding cake for Princess Elizabeth.
An auction house in England says royal fan Jerry Layton has purchased the last slice of that 1947 cake for more than $3,600. He says he'll flambe it in rum to kill off the bacteria and eat it for his 65th birthday. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
It's 6:03, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Well, we're starting the day with a pickup in the ditch on northbound 167 right as you approach 180th getting into Renton. It's on the right shoulder. We got DOT and the State Patrol with it. We got about a 20-minute drive out of Auburn. There's also a little slowing at 18. 40 minutes all the way from the Puyallup area. And then Renton to Bellevue, you'll pick up the pace. It's running under 20 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle's about 40, looking relatively normal as we start the day. Olympia to Tacoma's only 35, so that drive isn't too bad yet. Coming down from the north end, 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. And I need a little help on the text line from our drivers who use the Hood Canal Bridge. What are you guys thinking of that new roundabout at Paradise Bay Road at the north end? Seeing a lot of slowing in both directions now that I didn't normally see. It could also be a little late construction pickup, but I know that's a change. It happened this week. Looking to get your thoughts on it. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Upgrade your view with Lake Washington Windows. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com for details.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 6:04, and we start with a mystery. It looked like a Christmas present sitting in the sand at Dash Point State Park.
Oh, it wasn't. Dad picked it up while walking with his kids and found something so unusual. State Patrol is now investigating. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live to explain.
Yeah, so a man was walking with his family along Dash Point State Park. He found a box, untied a yellow string, and removed a green cloth covering it. And inside, he found a severed toe. This happened back on Father's Day, according to the Federal Way Mirror. Also inside that pine box, a feather, burned grass, sage, lavender, and tobacco. There was also a dead seagull near the box as well. The toe is now at the medical examiner's office right now. The Washington State Patrol says the toe appears to be from an adult male. Washington State Patrol and police are now looking through records to try to figure out a match, to see if it matches a case or something like that. You know, it reminds me, Charlie and Amanda, a little bit about all those human feet that wash up on shores, and north of us in the North Sound. More than 20 feet since 2007. Some of those, at least not many, but some of those were connected to missing persons, but no connection so far to this toe.
Okay, thank you for that, Luke. It's 6:05 now. Tagging graffiti in Seattle could soon cost vandals up to $1,500 per violation.
That's the new fine proposed in a city council bill aimed at curbing vandalism. Councilmember Rob Saka pushed for the increase, saying many taggers are adults, not struggling teens.
They're well-heeled, or at least they're not struggling. And we need to make this hurt for them financially.
The Center Square reports some even post their tags on social media. The city says it spends about $6 million a year cleaning graffiti. If passed, violators could face the fine or serve community service instead. The full council votes on this proposal July 15th.
No charges for embattled King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson, at least for now. Wilson was arrested last week for suspicion of stalking his former fiancée, Lee Keller, and violating a court order to stay away from her. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was there at the hearing and has this report.
As court appearances go, this one was quick. It only took a couple of minutes for a Snohomish County prosecutor to say the state is declining to file charges. The issue is prosecutors have yet to receive all evidence in the case or they haven't yet made a charging decision. So for now, Wilson is off the hook, but that could change in a matter of days or weeks. Snohomish County prosecutors were asked and agreed to take the case so King County prosecutors could avoid any perception of conflict of interest. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Wednesday, July 9th. I'm Charlie along with Manda. Good morning, Manda.
Well, good morning, Charlie.
I enjoyed listening to you in the 5 a.m. hour.
It was an early wake-up.
It was.
I've already warmed up.
Yeah, Katrina is off today. We have Frank Lenzi filling in at the editor's desk. Producer David Burbank is here in the studio, cowboyed up. Looking good.
I love that shirt.
Thank you. Yeah, it's one of my faves.
Yeah, looking great. And, of course, Sully is here watching the roads for us, and it's good to see you, Sully. We have Nick Kracia at the control room board. A dramatic drop in temperatures this morning.
I love it. I think I needed a little break. Yesterday,
Yeah.
got a little toasty.
I'm not sure if you're looking at the weather app on your phone, but next week...
Hey, toasty again?
Yeah, Nick Allard isn't going to want to talk about it, but we might want to ambush him with a question.
Okay, let's do that.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up this hour, Ukraine has suffered its greatest blow yet from Russia. As President Trump speaks out against Vladimir Putin, what type of aid will the U.S. send to Ukraine? We'll ask CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
And at 8:15 a.m., Congressman Adam Smith stops by live in the studio. Going to hear his thoughts on the recently passed budget bill and also some insight into the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine.
It's now 6:08. More than 400 small earthquakes have rattled Mount Rainier since early yesterday.
The strongest was a 1.7. Scientists say is likely not tied to volcanic activity. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Audley.
People we spoke to at the base of the mountain weren't too nervous about it.
It's certainly not something I'm afraid of or especially concerned of.
Diego Rodriguez lives near Paradise. He works in Ashford at the National Park Inn.
It's definitely in the back of your mind, I think, at all times when you're here, but it's not so significant that you're oh no, I hope it doesn't happen.
It's 6:09. City of Seattle taking a major step toward ending federal oversight of the police department. Mayor Bruce Harrell says the city has asked a federal judge to approve a new crowd management plan for the SPD. Federal oversight began in 2012 after a DOJ investigation found issues with use of force and biased policing. Harrell says SPD has made significant progress, improving officer accountability and reducing force. The new crowd control strategy is seen as the final hurdle to ending the federal agreement.
Seattle's new top cop will be sworn in today. The city council unanimously confirmed Sean Barnes last week. Council members praised his communication skills and steady leadership. Barnes told KIRO Newsradio's G and Ursula last month he chose to go into police work so he could protect people.
I have a heart for people. I have a heart for policing. I was raised by two very amazing, God-fearing parents that taught me that truly, the price for leadership is that you have to put other people before yourself.
Barnes took over as interim chief in January after Adrian Diaz was let go. Diaz's time as chief saw officer departures, low morale, internal scandal. Since Barnes stepped in, the city council says hiring is up and professionalism is back. Barnes is also the first outsider to lead the department since 2018.
Charges will not be filed in a Tacoma Amber Alert case where a 2-year-old girl was found in a man's home last month. Police say the child was found wandering around a Wendy's parking lot. A man picked her up, but police interviewed him and say they found no criminal intent. This is according to KIRO 7 TV. So he wasn't arrested, and the family did not want him to be charged.
The firefighter injured in an ambush attack in Coeur d'Alene is on the road to recovery. Engineer Dave Tisdall suffered a lung puncture, broken bones, and can't move below the chest. Fellow firefighters like Andy Goodsell spoke with Creme TV.
I would consider Dave my closest friend in the department. The cool part about Dave is I think there is a long, long line behind me of people that would say the exact same thing.
Firefighters Frank Harwood and John Morrison were killed in the shooting June 29th. Deputies say the shooter, 20-year-old Wes Rowley, died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
A brave 13-year-old is being called a hero this morning in Everett. He dove into Silver Lake to save an 11-year-old boy who nearly drowned yesterday afternoon. Everett Fire says the younger child fell off a dock, did not resurface. A nearby adult shouted for help, and that teen... well, he jumped into action. He searched underwater, finally pulled the boy up. 3 nurses at the lake started CPR right away. Boy had no pulse, but first responders got it back. He's now in critical condition at Providence Medical Center. Everett Fire tells KIRO 7 TV the teen's quick thinking and action helped save a life.
A Seattle woman is marking a major milestone.
It was quite the birthday bash at Rosa Fucito's retirement home.
I was born in 1918.
She just celebrated her 107th birthday, a long life that she says has had its ups and downs.
I've been widowed 3 times.
She also worked as a secretary and a flight attendant, keeping busy, she tells KIRO 7 TV, is the secret to a long life.
Always doing something. And don't sit there and say, oh, there's nothing to do. Go out and volunteer somewhere.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
It's 6:12. Let's get a check on the weather, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Nick, I have one of these, they're called a smartphone, an iPhone. Are you familiar with it?
Nope.
And they have these things called apps.
Okay.
And apps will tell you, for example, the weather.
Okay.
And on my iPhone, it's really interesting. Long range.
Shows snow, doesn't it?
It does. It does. When are we able to talk with more confidence about what some of the numbers are for Wednesday and Thursday next week?
What do you see next week? What do you see on your phone?
I see 93 on Wednesday and 92 on Thursday.
It might be a little high. Right now, what I see is I think I have mid-80s through about Tuesday. It's definitely possible that we could go higher. It depends on the wind direction. If things shift a little bit, I'm not super confident in it. What I'm super confident in, though, is that it looks like it's going to be dry and sunny, and at least in the 80s is what I have it in now. I just think that far out. Let's see. Today's Wednesday. So we could go in 7-8 days, depending on what you're looking at. And I don't know. I think the trend is safe, but beyond that, I don't want to go any higher than, say, mid-80s now. But I will not be surprised if we hit the low 90s. It's just that it's a little soon to see if that's going to hold. We haven't had a lot of indications that we're going to see the wind turned offshore or anything. So with continued ocean air, it'd be tough to get to the 90s. But that's something I am keeping an eye on. So I'm glad you asked. But today, just cloudy. I think we'll see some increasing areas of sprinkles and drizzle and, a few hundredths of an inch here and there across most of the area. But you get north of Everett, it's going to be a lot more. It's going to be more like a quarter of an inch. So you are going to see some rain today, but it's just not going to be that wet. Just most of us cloudy. Most of us just seeing some sprinkles or very light showers on and off throughout the day. The bigger difference will be only getting to the upper 60s. And tomorrow, a little moisture early. Does wrap up, though, by late morning, and then we see increasing sun, and then we are in the 80s through the weekend with plenty of sunshine before Charlie's phone says it snows next week.
Thank you, Nick. Sure. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 60.
And time to head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk once again. We do that every 10 minutes. And here's Chris Sullivan.
And we do have an unusual bit of slowing on northbound 167 getting out of Kent up into Renton. We had a pickup truck off on the right ditch. It is out of the way, and all of the emergency vehicles have left as this was approaching 180th. The problem is we still have about a 10-minute delay to chew through because of that. It's already 30 minutes from Auburn to Renton and 50 all the way from the Puyallup area. So hopefully that backup will dissipate quickly. Then Renton to Bellevue is about 20 minutes now, so nothing out of the ordinary there. A little over 40 now from Federal Way to Seattle. Coming down from the north end, definitely seeing a lot more brake lights on southbound 5 and 405, definitely away from Linwood. So give yourself 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton, the National Red Tag Sales event going on now through July 20th. Visit a D.R. Horton community today or drhorton.com, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
6:15 now, and Frank Lenzi is at the editor's desk for Katrina this morning.
Good morning, Charlie. And, I'm a tennis fan. Wimbledon's going on right now. Strawberries are a big part of Wimbledon, strawberries and cream and whatnot. And you're a foodie.
Absolutely.
Velveeta. Need I say more? You might be into this. This is a new thing that's come up during the Wimbledon tournament. Have you ever heard of strawberry pasta?
Have not, no. Strawberry pasta.
This is a thing. Polish tennis superstar Iga Świątek said in her country they like to have pasta with some fresh strawberries on top and a little bit of yogurt. Yeah.
Listen, I haven't tried it. Why should I knock it?
She says, hey, you should all try this. Apparently, some of the tennis pundits are saying it's all about what kind of yogurt. You don't want to cheap out on the yogurt.
Oh, my gosh. A quick search. There are all kinds of recipes for it.
Still doesn't mean...
no disrespect to anybody and the way they eat, but no.
No, I mean, they're all delicious on their own, but put them together...
Okay, maybe it's delicious. We should try it.
Yeah, here it is.
Want to bring some in tomorrow, Frank?
I'll get right on that.
Polish strawberry pasta with cream.
And I'll make you a special kind with some Velveeta on it, just in case you don't
like
the
G.
yogurt.
Scott is listening right now,
Absolutely.
and he's going to be relentless. Thanks so much.
I do what I can.
It's 6:17.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974, this is KIRO Newsradio.
It's now 6:17. As Charlie mentioned, this week Russia launched its largest drone attack on Ukraine since the beginning of the conflict between the two nations.
And meanwhile, President Trump is directly criticizing Russian President Vladimir Putin for his part in the war, and the U.S. is pledging more military support for Ukraine.
Once again, we want to bring in CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. Jeff, good morning.
Mandy, good morning to you.
Can you explain what is happening with U.S. aid to Ukraine right now?
Well, it seems to be a bit of a misguided policy, to say the very least. Like last Thursday, the Pentagon announced a pause in delivery of military assistance to Ukraine, which include air defense systems. That came kind of out of the blue because the next day the president was scheduled to speak with Putin, so it wouldn't be a good negotiating tactic to make a major concession the day prior to talking to Putin. And the president reported that particular discussion with Putin was basically meaningless and moving forward to any kind of a ceasefire. Now this whole policy has been reversed, and it appears the president was found to be somewhat flat-footed on this one and had not been informed that the Pentagon was going to move ahead. A lot of people, I think, believe that Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Bridge Colby, who has been an advocate of primary emphasis on U.S. military support going to the Asia-Pacific region, was behind all this and convinced Hegseth to move forward. What worries me, Amanda, is more about what this says about the process of decision-making than this individual decision. It seems like right now the process has been weakened by a firing of a lot of people at the NSC, by the fact that the Secretary of Defense doesn't have a chief of staff or any advisors after the Signal Gate controversy. And consequently, we see these decisions, very important as they are, being done in a haphazard fashion, which is worrisome for the future.
How is this different than, let's say, how the Biden administration or any other presidential administration would have handled a decision like this?
Well, I worked in both the Pentagon and on the National Security Council and the White House. The National Security Council is the coordinating agency. They're the ones that bring together a meeting of all the agencies that are going to be affected by policy, state, CIA, Pentagon, Joint Staff, et cetera, to coordinate policy. And as a consequence, if you dilute that particular group, which has been cut about in half, I'm told, and then you have the National Security Advisor also as the Secretary of State, it's very difficult for them to actually fulfill that function and coordinate policy. I'm told by some people I know that right now there are only 2 people on the NSC staff that are looking at U.S. policy in South Asia, even though we had this major conflict between India and Pakistan. So as a consequence, when that happens, and it's happened in the past, you kind of get what I would call the home alone problem, and that is all the agencies are off kind of doing their own thing, and people are kind of going around corners and pursuing policies that they think are appropriate, but they're uncoordinated.
We mentioned another drone attack on Ukraine. Tell me more about these drones that they're using. What kind of damage can they do?
Well, they can do an awful lot of damage. They're using decoy drones, so not all of them are full of explosives. But they combine those particular drone attacks with missile attacks. So it's kind of an effort to overwhelm the air defenses. And as you said at the top, I think, Amanda, they set a new record, a number of drones and combined missile attacks in a single day. Over 5,000 launches against Kyiv and Ukraine more broadly during the month of June. And they're actually doing what we call two-tap hits using drones and missiles. And a two-tap hit is you hit a target, and then you wait about 20 minutes to a half an hour because that's the time it'll take for all the first responders, firemen, paramedics, and all those people to show up. And then you hit that target again in a really sort of diabolical effort to take out the first responders.
Jeff, we know that the U.S. Used a lot of what are called the THAAD missiles in Israel in its defense. These are defensive missiles, and we're sending the Patriot missiles to Ukraine. How does our missile stockpile look right now in terms of, God forbid anything were to happen in the U.S.? Are we well situated?
Well, it's obviously highly classified, Charlie, to say the very least. And there's been a lot of stress on that based on the war in Ukraine, and as you rightly point out, the war in the Gaza Strip. But these particular allocations that were going to Ukraine in terms of military aid were sourced from government contracts being provided directly to industry for purchases for Ukraine. And they were not coming from Pentagon stocks, and therefore these orders were distinct for those being, ordered up for the U.S. military. Each one of the individual combatant commanders, CENTCOM, NORTHCOM, Pacific Command, et cetera, routinely are provided to give reports, and are doing so now, on their status on all the kinds of weaponry. Red being we're really getting short, yellow things are worrisome, green we're in pretty good shape. And those are being reviewed very carefully. I think it's important to realize this was not part of wartime stocks. And in fact, the weapons we're talking about, to some degree, had already been positioned forward as far as Poland. And therefore, now that they're going to be recommenced, can be delivered pretty quickly.
So the U.S. is helping Ukraine. Who's helping Russia?
Everybody in the so-called axis of resistance seems to be helping the Russians. I mean, the Russians are getting 1 million artillery rounds so far from North Korea. They're getting a substantial amount of drones from the Iranians. Obviously, I think that has dropped off in the aftermath of the 12-day war, but they had begun building factories in Russia that could produce the so-called Shahed or a drone that the Iranians were, in fact, providing that. And the Chinese, we know, are providing all kinds of spare parts that then are integrated into some of these weapon systems. And that's another part of this policy that seems to be curious. The president has talked about applying sanctions on the Russians and the fact that they don't seem to be interested in negotiating. And these will be very severe secondary sanctions of up to 500% on countries that still purchase Russian oil. Think of India. Think of China. This would be pretty draconian. It has dramatic support, bipartisan support in the United States Senate. Lindsey Graham's a big supporter, but everybody's waiting for the president to make a decision whether or not the United States is going to move ahead, not only in providing aid to Ukraine in terms of weapons, but aid to Ukraine in terms of more pressure on the Russians.
CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. Thanks for your time this morning, Jeff.
Thank you.
Take care. It's 6:23. That's time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. Back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk we go. Here's Sully.
Yeah, I tell you guys this all the time, but I can't do this without the listeners. Our listeners are so awesome. Like our good friend Marguerite and Lacey. She was 5 to 6 minutes ahead of the DOT and letting me know that there is a crash on southbound I-5 at the Tacoma Dome, blocking several center lanes. The cars facing kind of perpendicular to the road. State Patrol just got there, so did a sheriff, and so that's why we're slow in a really unusual way going southbound past the Puyallup River Bridge and the Dome. Now, going the other direction is just volume through Fife and up the hill to 18. You're going to need about 22 minutes to go from Tacoma to Federal Way, and then Federal Way to Seattle's running around 45 minutes, kind of average there. Now the pickup is out of the ditch and the distraction is gone. We're looking much better getting out of Kent, heading up to Renton on 167. Give yourself 45 minutes still to make that drive. Then Renton to Bellevue is about 25 minutes. The lake bridges are still in fine shape. Coming down from the north end, a little slowing in Marysville, a little bit off of the trestle. Southbound 5 is picking up some action right past the Boeing Freeway and also right around 128 there in South Everett. Give yourself a little over 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years, servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit SUPLinen.com.
Clouds, maybe a couple showers today. Tomorrow, sunny, highs in the low 70s, then 80s the next several days after that. We continue heating up into next week. Right now in Seattle is cloudy and 60.
And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on the heroism of a young boy in Everett yesterday. Also, your opening bell report here on Seattle's Morning News.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
And now, tales of another way. You're packing for a trip. Stuffing clothes in a suitcase works mostly. But such chaos in your carry-on. Then you try packing cubes. Organization? Meet harmony. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads, plus provide better access to the ports. It's open now. Try it free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Seahawks training camp, powered by Boeing, is back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, July 23rd through August 12th. Take in stunning lakeside views, grab autographs from your favorite players, and let the kids join in on pre-practice football drills and more. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
The Battle of the Brands Hot Tub Expo is back. Tacoma Mall parking lot. Top brands competing for your business. Deep discounts from Jacuzzi Hot Tubs, Dreammaker Spas, Nordic Hot Tubs, Sundance Spas, even Hydro Pool self-cleaning swim spas. In stock and ready for immediate delivery. Save thousands. Hot tubs from $99 a month. Brands compete. You save. The Battle of the Brands Expo, presented by Aquaquip. Tacoma Mall parking lot starts Friday. Qualified buyers with credit approval pay just $99 a month for a Dreammaker Cabana with $500 deposit, 10.99%, and 144-month term. Other offers available. See us at Tacoma Mall for more details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Steely Dan fans, Nearly Dan brings their powerhouse tribute to Dimitro's Jazz Alley this Thursday through Sunday, July 13th. 6 shows, 12 top-tier musicians, and all the hits. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. A scary moment for a family in Everett after an 11-year-old fell off a dock into the water and nearly drowned yesterday afternoon.
Well, an alert 13-year-old dove in after the boy and pulled him to the surface, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here live with details.
Yeah, Charlie, pretty incredible. Firefighters say that 11-year-old was under the water at Silver Lake for almost 6 minutes. He fell in, but his parents said he doesn't know how to swim. A 13-year-old dove in, found him, and pulled him up. 3 nurses at the lake started CPR right away. The boy had no pulse, but first responders got it back. There is a big water and boating safety push going on right now across the state. Rob Sendak, who's with the Washington State Parks, says there has been 23 recreational boating fatalities in the last 2 years, and
86% of those fatalities were not wearing life jackets.
Yeah, just wear one is the message they're trying to get out. Even if you're near the water on a dock. Ashley Seidel, also with Washington State Parks, shared these top 3 tips for everyone.
Wear a life jacket. Also be aware of hazards like cold water. And then also to reach, throw, don't go. When somebody falls in the water, your first impulse might be to jump in and help them, but you should avoid doing that.
Yeah, so like when you use a pole or, throw a life preserver or something like that. But Charlie and Amanda, in this case, the victim did not resurface, so that's why that alert teenager jumped in after him. The victim, that young boy, is now in critical condition at Providence Medical Center, but that teenager who saved him being held a hero this morning.
For sure. Thank you, Luke. Seattle is one step closer to ending more than a decade of federal oversight of its police department.
Mayor Bruce Harrell announced yesterday the city has asked a federal judge to approve a new crowd management policy for the police department. That policy is seen as the final piece in a reform process that started in 2012 after a Department of Justice investigation found patterns of excessive force and biased policing. Harrell says SPD has made major strides in officer accountability and reducing use of force, and that the department is ready to move forward without federal supervision.
6:33, we check traffic for you every 10 minutes on the threes at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are definitely looking at some increasing volume across the board on the Federal Way to Seattle Drive. For one, we are looking at heavy brake lights up past the Kent Des Moines Road, up to 30 minutes to South Center and a little over 50 all the way. Behind that, we are definitely seeing slowing on southbound I-5 because of this crash right by the Tacoma Dome. A couple of center lanes are blocked because of it, and so we are backed up before the Puyallup River Bridge. Again, that one is southbound counter commute. So as you're chugging along fast down the hill through Fife, you're going to come to an all stop right before the Puyallup River Bridge. So just watch for that. Some brake lights down South Hill, but nothing you can't handle. And then about a 45-minute trip now from Puyallup to Renton. It's not as bad as it was earlier today when we had that pickup in the ditch. Then Renton to Bellevue is about 25, maybe a little bit under. There are some brake lights from 120 down to 128th from the Boeing Freeway on southbound I-5. I've been looking for a reason other than just a little bit of volume, but that has pushed us to 45 to 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. You have to get through that before you get to the Linwood split. The Lake Bridges, if I didn't mention them, they're already fine. This report brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, welcoming Express Scripts, Medicare D, and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. You can transfer your prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update.
Big change in the weather today. We're going to stay mostly cloudy with some drizzle at times. High not even hitting 70 today, 69 the forecast. For tomorrow, look for clouds early on, sunshine in the afternoon, and 72 Friday through Sunday. Lots of sunshine into the low 80s. Right now it's cloudy and 61 in Seattle.
Time for your opening bell report. The Trump administration says it's working to secure trade agreements with dozens of trading partners. This is as the president threatens to raise tariffs starting next month. CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady looks at the impact of the shifting tariff deadlines and what they've had on the economy.
These shifting deadlines have meant that there were wild swings in imports and exports, which, as we know, really did impact first quarter GDP. Jury's still out on the second quarter. Then you think about the investor piece of this, not much of a tantrum from investors, and that's because they're becoming more comfortable with uncertainty. A lot of investors I spoke to were saying, well, we just keep seeing this moved out, and so there's hope that that deadline isn't as firm as the president says it is.
If you order food through DoorDash in Seattle, get ready to pay more. The company says it's raising service fees again, blaming city regulations. DoorDash says Seattle is now the most expensive place in the country to deliver. They say new pay rules and policies are driving up costs. Delivery workers here must earn nearly $30 an hour before tips. DoorDash says that's led to fewer orders, longer wait times, and higher prices.
One of Seattle's most celebrated restaurants is getting ready to say goodbye. The Whale Winds will close this fall after 12 years on Stoneway North. Chef Renee Erickson won a James Beard Award for it back in 2016, but she says the restaurant just can't keep up with rising costs and fewer customers. In a statement yesterday, Erickson said sales have not bounced back since the pandemic, and with the lease ending this fall, she says it's the the right time to close. The final day of service will be October 28th.
And the legendary Little Red Hen in Seattle's only full-time country music venue and dance hall. Now the bar's owners say it will close its doors at the end of this month. More on this from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
The Little Red Hen's motto, serving cold ones since 1933. In the same building in Green Lake since 1968. No one ever thought the bar would cease to exist, but at the end of this month, the Little Red Hen will be no more. General Manager Kyle Snodgrass.
It's devastating for the community. It's a place people come, they become family just walking in the door.
The bar is being evicted over a lease dispute. The owner hopes it can be all sorted out and the bar can stay in business. If you want to help, go to SaveTheHen.com. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
I think I'm going to need David's help on this one.
Okay.
Former barista David. Okay, matcha. What is matcha?
Or matcha.
Is it matcha?
Yeah, it's a green tea sort of like extract that's made into a powder. Classically, the Starbucks matcha, which I worked with a lot, is supposed to not be very good for those matcha lovers.
Well, evidently, it's everywhere on social media, and some of the local-owned coffee shops in Seattle say they're running out of supply. They say it's supply issues, rising prices, partly because of tariffs. Right now, a lot of shops are struggling to keep it on the menu, according to the Times.
Well, the side hustle. It's the job some Americans have on the side to earn some extra cash. But CBS News correspondent Matt Piper reports more and more people are doing away with them.
A new Bankrate survey finds the number of people with a side hustle is dwindling.
We found that about a quarter of U.S. adults, 27%, have a side hustle. That's actually the lowest percentage since 2017.
Bankrate's Ted Rossman says those who still have them do jobs like online sales or food delivery. But as for the decline,
a lot of the actual economic data has been better than sentiment, specifically things like jobs and wage growth, even inflation. Even as people bemoan the cost of living, the inflation rate has come down.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
And looking on Wall Street right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 250 points. The S&P 500 is ahead by 36, and NASDAQ up 166 points.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Okay, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, it looks like they blocked more lanes in Tacoma southbound 5. We'll break it down for you coming up next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
It's 6:43, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Chris Sullivan.
Well, it looks like we're going to call this a traffic alert because we've got basically only one lane open on southbound I-5 now through the Tacoma Dome area for this crash involving a car. And now what this DOT is calling a long-term potential investigation. I'm reaching out to the State Patrol, but only the HOV lane is open right now as you get past the dome or right before it. The backup is not huge because it's counter commute. It's southbound, but you're going to be coming around freeway speed down the hill through Fife, and you're going to hit an all stop, and you're going to have to merge over all the way to the left lane. So plan on significant delays there. So we'll be looking for more info on that throughout the morning. Also getting reports of a crash northbound I-5, the primary commuting route up I-56 as you go through South Tacoma. So 40 minutes as we make the drive from Olympia to Tacoma. Then we have Puyallup to Renton at about 45 minutes. No shocker there. Half an hour from Renton to Bellevue. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive, a little over 50 minutes now. The heavy brake lights continue on southbound I-5 from the Boeing Freeway down past 128th and then away from Linwood. 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Cage-free eggs are good, range-free or better, but mobile pasture-raised eggs are the best. Choose the best for your family. Locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms Eggs.
Our forecast, quite a bit cooler today, 69 the high. We're going to stay cloudy with a little drizzle at times. For tomorrow, starting off with clouds, but sunshine again by afternoon and 72. And then Friday, right on through the weekend, mostly sunny skies with highs into the low 80s. Right now it is cloudy in Seattle at 61.
6:45 now. Katrina's off today, and Frank Lenzi is at the news desk.
No, we're all familiar with rumble strips, those things on the freeway designed to keep you in your lane, keep you awake. So, Sully, being the traffic guy, are you awake? Do I need to rumble strip you?
No, I'm good. I love my rumble strips.
Love the rumble
I'm sorry.
strips.
I'm texting back and forth with the State Patrol down in Tacoma.
You're doing real work. I
Yes.
understand. Okay, well, I want to get your take on this because in the United Arab Emirates, they have rumble strips that can play music. Now, you check this out. You might need to turn this up just a little bit. Name that tune.
Ah, that's Beethoven, isn't it?
Yes, very good. Beethoven's Ninths. So, do we need these here in Washington?
No, the regular ones are jarring enough, and
Yeah.
I don't need the breaks between them. They just need to be yeah.
Okay,
They just need to be
the
that.
problem is that Beethoven song could make you fall asleep.
That's
as
true.
Well.
And how are you supposed to hear that in the car? That was recorded from outside the car.
What if, okay, hear me out. What if it was Thin Lizzy instead of Beethoven? Does that change your opinion, Sully?
Anytime you say "hear me out,"
Well, you know what? The Boys Are Back in Town is a really good song, but it takes a little while for that to get going, so.
Da-da-da-da-da,
Or maybe
da-da-da.
Or maybe
Come on.
Jailbreak. You could-
Okay.
I mean, either way, Thin Lizzy is good. Yeah.
no, we don't need them. Thank you for asking.
This is Seattle's Morning News, and coming up, the positive side of AI. We'll hear from an expert who spoke with John Curley yesterday.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise. There's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Experience the thrill of seeing orcas and humpback whales with Puget Sound Express. Join their family-run tours for guaranteed whale sightings, departing daily from Edmonds. These are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book now at PugetSoundExpress.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words. Packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
It's summer, and there's no better time to protect your home with the help of the pros at Integrity Roofing and Construction. With years of experience in roofing and restoration, their skilled team delivers exceptional craftsmanship, whether it's a simple roof repair or a full renovation. Integrity offers free estimates, and their customer satisfaction speaks for itself. Don't wait until the next storm hits. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 206-202-ROOF or visit integrityrc.com. That's 206-202-ROOF or integrityrc.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Well, this was something pretty cool on the John Curley show last night. I wanted to revisit this. He spoke with Ian Kahn. He's an expert in the field of AI and author of the book, How AI Will Change Our Future. And he explained how what's called the blockchain has kind of revolutionized the way we store and analyze data.
So blockchain, when it came out to be, it was part of, it was kind of the fundamental mechanism behind Bitcoin and how Bitcoin worked. It really changed how information was stored, how information was put into different registers and different areas so that it was, it had redundancy, it had safety, security, and all of those things. And that has not happened until now. Like, for those of the viewers who know computer technology and databases, they would relate to it. You know, there's an Oracle database, there's other databases. Mm-hmm. This was a database like no other that gave the opportunity for information to never be stolen from it, to never be hacked. And essentially, this would stay there forever until, you know, come the end of the universe. And that's very profound. It's very big. And for a lot of people, it was too much of an undertaking. Organizations, businesses, tech providers weren't able to adopt to it ASAP because it takes time. You've got to change systems that you've been operating for decades and so on. So blockchain is still here. It's still alive and kicking, and it's given rise to a lot of different things now, including a financial system, different things such as in industries such as tracking produce or tracking things, or tokenization, where now you can tokenize something or break it into smaller parts, financial parts, and buy it, whether it's an apartment, whether it's a building, or it's a yacht. Whatever it is, you can now do that through blockchain and tokenization. Unfortunately, though, blockchain didn't take off as it should have over the last 7, 8, 10 years. Like there was no hype moment where everybody was doing blockchain, maybe for the good, because there's so many other hype-worthy things out there. But blockchain is making its own progress. A lot of adoption is happening. Lots of use cases are happening in the world of private world and government areas. So a lot is happening, and I think I'm generally positive about blockchain being the silent revolution that's going to secure our world like we never even would have known.
Ian Khan, you travel all around the world and you get a chance to see how other nations and other countries are implementing AI and blockchain. And you point to a few, Dubai with the work being done there, Sweden, the Netherlands as well. Are we behind in the United States? Are we behind some of these other countries when it comes to going all in on AI and blockchain?
So there are a couple of different sides to it. The first one is actually creating and producing AI, whether it's AI systems, AI technology, AI solutions. I think the West, America, is ahead of all of that. However, our Eastern friendly neighbor far away, China, they've got amazing stuff happening as well. Great. But there's a challenge in adoption. Smaller countries, such as the United Arab Emirates, much smaller, they're very fast to adopt AI, and they can just mandate something to happen. It'll happen in the next 1 week or 10 days. So things are really, really, really fast in some countries. Recent mandates by President Trump are great. I think that's a good direction to get into, where he mandated the K-12 education system should be revamped. AI, robotics education should be put in. I absolutely love that, and I think that's a good step to go ahead. Whether universities are getting funding for AI or not, it's too complex of a topic. But I think while we are leading on the innovation side with the Silicon Valley, all innovative companies here, large companies, tech companies based out of the US, we still have to implement this technology and do faster there. And that's more of an industry thing. It's not more the technology industry's challenge. It's the manufacturing industry's challenge, the transportation industry's challenge. So that needs to move faster, and we are lagging there, or we need to move faster.
Man, I don't get it, but I know it's really important. I am glad there are smart people like that who are trying to figure it out.
We need to start learning fast.
Yeah, that is AI expert Ian Khan. He was on John Curley, who's on 3 to 7. Nights here on KIRO.
Let's check your traffic now. We do that every 10 minutes, and we get back to Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
State patrols tell me this is a potential fatal crash investigation waiting for confirmation on southbound I-5 right at the Tacoma Dome. The single-car vehicle, the driver was unresponsive. They're doing CPR, but that's why we have only the HOV lane open at this point. So we're backed up to Fife, at least a 15-minute delay, because all those lanes of traffic have to merge to the left. Going in the northbound direction, we do have a crash near 56th on the left-hand side of the road. We're backed up all the way to 84th now, and it's about 50 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. The Valley Freeway, about 50 from end to end. Renton to Bellevue, half an hour. We've got 50 minutes plus from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Lake bridges are okay. This traffic report brought to you by D.R. Horton, the National Red Tag Sales event going on now through the 20th. Visit a D.R. Horton community today or drhorton.com, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Clouds, chance of showers today, a high of 69. Tomorrow will be in the low 70s. Right now in Seattle, it's 60.
Our weekly chat with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna is coming up at 7:15. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking immunotherapy. But research is underfunded and kids need your help. Join Safeway and say yes at checkout to donate to ImmunoHeroes. Let's fight cancer for all kid kind.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The death toll from Friday's catastrophic flooding in central Texas now stands at 110. Officials say more than 160 people are still unaccounted for in Kerr County alone. Many are just now making it back to their properties.
The hardest part is probably seeing all of your stuff go away, you know? Everything that they grew up with is gone.
Hannah Reyna's home in Ingrid was torn apart. There are new questions about whether the region was prepared. CBS's Jason Allen.
This has kind of been the struggle, right, to get those answers of exactly what happened. It's key because this area has had floods before. This is not the first time. They've had deadly floods before. At times when they've considered just a warning system for the entire county, they've thought that the system that they had was good enough or that it worked. Sometimes that involved just an informal phone tree.
Lawmakers in the Senate open a confirmation hearing this hour for President Trump's pick to head the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Neil Jacobs was reprimanded when he served as acting administrator during Mr. Trump's first term. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
In September 2019, NOAA's leadership issued a statement criticizing the work of its weather forecasters after President Trump insisted that Alabama was in the path of Hurricane Dorian. The storm ultimately didn't make landfall in the United States or come close to Alabama.
Officials in Ukraine say Russia launched its largest drone attack of the war so far. The BBC's Paul Adams reports from Kyiv.
Last night was a typical example of the way Russia mounts its aerial attacks. Of the 728 recorded drones, a new record, just over 300 were genuine. The rest were decoys designed to confuse and overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses, helping to pave the way for more than a dozen ballistic and cruise missiles.
This week, President Trump announced the U.S. would resume weapons deliveries to Ukraine. The streets of Philadelphia are in for a good scrubbing. A week-old walkout by the city's union employees is over. CBS Philly's Rosti Matei.
The president, Gregory Boulware, was visibly and audibly upset, saying he was not happy with the terms of the deal despite agreeing to them.
The main sticking point had been wages. Sanitation crews were among the strikers, and trash has been overflowing on city streets. A few more reasons to put your phone down before you call it a day. CBS's Michael George.
Research published in the journal Brain Medicine found artificial light exposure at night negatively impacts not only our sleep quality, but also the immune system, metabolism, and even our mood. Reducing screen time in the evening and maintaining consistent sleep schedules can help reduce the negative effects.
NVIDIA has just topped $4 trillion in market value thanks to AI growth. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And we've got two big problems in the Tacoma area. The first one, southbound, counter commute. We've got a crash, and most likely is going to turn into a fatal crash investigation that is going on right now, southbound 5, right at the Tacoma Dome. Only the HOV lane is open, and we're backed up 4 miles now, all the way back up into Fife. You're losing at least 20 minutes on that drive from Federal Way down into Tacoma. It's at least 30 minutes, so plan on big-time delays there. Maybe get off, use 509 to get into downtown or 99 to get around if you've got some options. Northbound I-5 is blocked, or not entirely blocked, but there's a crash there at 56th. That's causing a backup that extends all the way to 412 in Lakewood. So plan on 50 minutes now from Olympia to Tacoma. So behind schedule by about 15 minutes there, too. The rest of the map looks relatively normal. Got about an hour from Federal Way to Seattle. The Valley Freeway, about 50 minutes, with 30 of those minutes out of Auburn. Half an hour from Renton to Bellevue. Once you're up past 30, it's not too bad. Coming down from the Northland, brake lights by the Boeing Freeway, more away from Linwood. Give yourself about an hour to make those drives to Seattle or to Bellevue. This report brought to you by the Seattle Seahawks. Hey, 12's Seahawks training camp kicks off July 23rd, goes through August 12th. Join them lakeside for your first look at the 25 Hawks as they gear up for a milestone 50th season. Register at Seahawks.com/training camp.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:04, and we start this morning with a question. You're walking through a state park with your kids, and you spot something. It's tied up with a string, and it's sitting in the sand. Would you open it?
One local dad did, and now police are trying to figure out what it all means. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here live in the studio to explain.
All right, here we go. A man was walking with his family, as you mentioned, along Dash Point State Park in Federal Way. He found that box, untied a yellow string, removed a green cloth covering it, and inside he found a severed toe. This happened on Father's Day, according to the Federal Way Mirror. Also inside the tiny little pine box, a feather, burned grass, sage, lavender, and tobacco. There was also a dead seagull near the box. The toe is now at the medical examiner's office right now. The Washington State Patrol says the toe appears to be from an adult man. WSP and police are looking through records right now to see if the toe might match a case or something, connects to something. You know, it reminds us a little bit of all those human feet that have washed up on shore in our state, much further north in the North Puget Sound. More than 20 feet have been discovered since 2007. I know this is a little different. Some of those feet belong to missing persons. No connection so far with the toe, but What a shock to be walking along and there's a severed toe inside a box on a beach.
Yeah, so many questions there. Okay, thank you, Luke. Seattle may soon raise the fine for graffiti to $1,500 per tag.
That's part of a new city council proposal aimed at cracking down on repeat offenders. Councilmember Bob Kettle says many of the worst taggers are adults with jobs, not kids.
It's an interesting dynamic. This used to be the younger white males, teenagers, 20s, but they've grown up to be 20, 30-somethings, even 40.
The Center Square reports the city logged nearly 29,000 graffiti cases last year. Cleanup cost taxpayers about $6 million. If the bill passes, violators could pay the fine or do community service. Final vote set for July 15th.
Seattle's new police chief, Sean Barnes, is being sworn in today. City Council unanimously confirmed him last week, praising his leadership and communication skills. Barnes spoke to KIRO Newsradio's G and Ursula last month.
My entire life, I think I've been in a position to protect people, whether it was at school or with my friends or with what I was taught from my father. That's kind of why I chose to go into policing.
Barnes took over as interim chief in January after Adrian Diaz was removed. He's the first external hire to lead the department since 2018.
The city of Seattle is asking a federal court to end government oversight of the city's police department.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says the city has improved officer accountability and reduced use of force. Court still needs to approve SPD's new crowd control plan before that consent decree is lifted.
That's KIRO News Radio's Aaron Granillo.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
What'd you put in your Wheaties, Sully?
A pledge pin.
This is the first album I ever bought with my own money.
Wow.
Really?
Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Great album.
Oh, incredible. And quite a shock to my parents' system when they saw the cover.
Oh, yeah.
What is kind of like, not unlike the dad who was Niedermeyer, by the way, in Animal House in that video. Oh, yeah.
Random thoughts on Seattle's Morning News.
Well, that's Manda. I'm Charlie. Sully is watching traffic for us. Producer David is here in the studio. Frank Lenzi is filling in for Katrina today. And Nick Gracia is at the control room running the board.
Oh, not a ton of positives to take from yesterday's Mariners game in the Bronx. However, Cal Raleigh did his thing.
Here's the stretch by our lead man. The pitch swung on, well hit ball deep to right field, and there's number 36. Goodbye baseball into the second level. A 2-run drive off the bat of Cal Raleigh, his 36th home run of the season.
The record for most home runs by a Mariners player before the All-Star break. M's and Yankees face off again today, 4:05. As always, you can hear the game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Coming up, our weekly legal check-in with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. The Supreme Court is backing the Trump administration's push to cut down on some federal agencies. We'll ask Rob about that and also the latest in the case surrounding Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Also, we'll head down to Texas with KRLD Radio's Chris Fox, where the search continues for potential survivors of the deadly floods that have ravaged that area.
It's 7:09. A new bill backed by Senator Patty Murray would limit when immigration agents can wear masks.
According to the Center Square, the Visible Act would require agents to also show their name or badge number. Supporters say masked agents in unmarked gear have created fear and confusion in immigrant communities, but federal officials say there is a reason for the masks. The Department of Homeland Security reports attacks on ICE agents have jumped 500%. They say face coverings and tactical gear are often used for safety, not secrecy. The bill allows exceptions for undercover work or environmental hazards.
The flooding in Texas that has left more than 100 people dead and dozens missing is prompting King County leaders to take action.
King County Flood District Board Chair Reagan Dunn says his biggest fear is that we'll get flooding here like what we've been seeing in Texas.
I've seen some incredible pictures from generations past that show the entire Kent Valley completely covered in water from one side to the other.
Dunn introduced a motion which has passed unanimously, which directs the county to strengthen its early alert and warning systems, develop a flood preparedness video to go out to the public, and to translate preparedness materials into additional languages. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
Scientists are monitoring a flurry of small earthquakes beneath Mount Rainier. They have recorded more than 400 since early yesterday morning. The strongest measured 1.7 magnitude.
We call it a swarm of earthquakes when a bunch of, in this case, very tiny earthquakes happen without a sort of a main shock, aftershock.
Harold Tobin, director of the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network, spoke with KIRO 7 TV.
At this point in time, I want to be really clear. This is not really cause for concern.
Experts say the activity is likely not due to volcanic unrest, but they're still keeping close watch on the tremors.
The firefighter injured in an ambush attack in Coeur d'Alene is on the road to recovery. A single shotgun blast collapsed firefighter Dave Tisdall's lung, broke his collarbone and several ribs. What he did next, lying on the ground and as an active shooter was still taking aim, well, Coeur d'Alene Fire Captain Nate Hyder tells KREM TV he was heroic.
Dave was able to alert Battalion 5 to get down and get out of the line of fire. Dave's actions saved a lot of lives that day.
He remains hospitalized, can't yet move below the chest. Deputies say the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Change your plans if you had tickets to see Heart at the Gorge Amphitheater. The iconic Seattle rock band canceled its August 8th show at the Gorge. Instead, sisters Ann and Nancy Wilson will bring their Royal Flush tour home to Climate Pledge Arena. Tickets for the November 23rd show go on sale on Friday. If you had tickets for the Gorge show, you'll get your money back.
Time to speak to a magic man.
Who could that be?
That's Nick Allard.
Oh, that's a letdown. I was excited. I was like, oh, cool. Who do we have? Oh, that's
you,
garbage.
Nick, you.
Nick is brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors, and we have kind of a hiccup today, but some changes on the way.
Yep. Today it's all about the clouds. We have some light rain, some drizzle showing up on the radar, and a lot of it's just going to be very, very light, but you are going to see a few hundredths of an inch here and there across the board today for a lot of your day, and highs that will only get to the upper 60s, so expect it to stay cloudy. Right now you're in the upper 50s and lower 60s, and you're only going to get to like 67 to 70 with, again, some pockets of showers throughout the day. You'll see more rain north of Everett and especially closer to the Canadian border, out to the coast and south of Olympia, but everybody will see some sprinkles because we're already getting some of that now. Tomorrow, a little moisture early. There'll be a little convergence zone, but that little convergence zone will be weak and wrap up quickly, so I think most of us will be dry, and then increasing sunshine for the afternoon. Below average, though, because average is about 76. We'll be around 72. Then we're into the 80s for Friday through the weekend, and potentially, as Charlie mentioned last hour, maybe even hotter by the time we get to Wednesday and Thursday of next week. So if you called today a hiccup, then you got it. And if you want summer, then you got the rest of the weekend, maybe even all of next week.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 60.
And it's 7:13. Time for traffic every 10 minutes on the threes. Back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. What's up, Sully?
Well, we got two big delays in the Tacoma area. I'm going to start with the biggest one, which is southbound I-5. Only the HOV lane is open approaching the Tacoma Dome, and we have about a 4.5-mile backup down the Fife Hill all the way through Tacoma, getting down to the scene. This is most likely a fatal crash investigation, waiting for confirmation, but either way, that appears to be what we're working with. So this is going to be a long-term closure there, so plan on big-time delays. Right now, my best estimate is at least a 25-minute delay through the area, 35 minutes from Federal Way to Tacoma. Now, coming the other direction, we do have a crash in the left lane that's blocking right around 56th on northbound I-5, right as you get up to 56 in South Tacoma. We're backed up more than 3 miles well before the 512 interchange in Lakewood. It's getting close to an hour to go from Tacoma to Federal Way. To go from Olympia to Tacoma. That is a drive of about an hour plus 30 there. Then Federal Way to Seattle, a little over an hour. Valley Freeway, about 50 plus minutes. Renton to Bellevue is getting closer to 40 as we see heavy brake lights now working all the way up past 44th. Coming down from the north end, at least an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. All of that slowing begins away from Linwood. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get lower home energy bills, cleaner air, year-round comfort with AeroSeal duct sealing, starting at $99 for PSE customers replacing their furnace or heat pump. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
At 7:15, Katrina is off today, and we check in with Frank Lindsay.
Well, back in the day when this movie came out, I don't know about you guys, I thought it was a bit far-fetched. You're going to know exactly what this film is.
I have had it with these monkey-fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane.
I remember the quote a little differently, but...
it's the Mandela effect. You got it wrong.
Right. In any case, this apparently really did happen this week. An Australian flight delayed for 2 hours when a stowaway snake was found in the cargo hold. They called in a snake catcher. He thought it was venomous. He had to go into the dark cargo hold and get this thing out.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
It turns out it wasn't until he actually caught the snake, he realized, oh, it's not dangerous. It was a 2-foot green tree snake. But still.
We had snakes on a plane. It's a headline.
We had snake on a plane.
Snake, okay, singular. I apologize.
I think, I'll have to confirm this. I'll do some double check. I think it was a Monday through Friday snake.
Okay, on a monkey biting plane.
Right.
7:16 now.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, news out of the Supreme Court yesterday. Justices are backing President Trump's effort to carry out mass firings and reorganizations at federal agencies. This is putting a hold on a lower court order that had temporarily blocked the president from taking those steps without approval from Congress.
Joining us now to explain is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna, who joins us every Wednesday. Rob, good morning. And what does this latest order say?
Well, it says that the lower court's stay order blocking the administration from implementing the executive order on layoffs is itself, suspended. So they've basically overruled the lower court in terms of enjoining the federal government's action temporarily. And the reason that the court did this, and this was an 8-1 decision, is they said that the arguments that were made in the lower court are about sort of the general plans of the administration to do reductions in force and reorganize agencies. But they said, quote, "We express no view on the legality of any agency RIF and reorganization plan produced or approved pursuant to the executive order." In other words, bring us a specific agency RIF, bring us a specific reorganization plan, and we can evaluate, and any court can evaluate whether or not it violates federal law, because, of course, federal agencies are established under statute.
Is this the most power executive orders have ever had?
Well, yeah, I think quite possibly. Probably since the 1930s, when FDR issued 99 executive orders in his first, I think it was his first 3 months in office, the first 100 days. He used executive orders very prolifically. Trump has exceeded that, but I think you have to go all the way back to the Great Depression to find a real comparator. Having said that, though, Amanda, the use of executive orders has been steadily increasing since the early 2000s. Every president, starting with George W. Bush, has used more and more of them. That includes Obama and Biden and so forth.
You mentioned that this was an 8-1 ruling. Why is that notable?
It's notable because most of the court decided that, this temporary stay that the lower court put in place was based on facts that were too generalized. In other words, you can't stay the federal government's desire to at least produce an agency RIF plan, to produce a reorganization plan. You have to have something more specific and concrete in order to enjoin it.
Talking with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. We also want to talk to you today about Kilmar Albrega Garcia. He's the Maryland man, and his fate remains up in the air this week as the Trump administration says they'll take steps to deport him before he goes to trial in Tennessee.
Now, we have all sorts of mixed messages coming from the White House and Justice Department through this process. So just bring us up to speed. We had him brought back from El Salvador, and now he's in a federal lockup in the U.S., and there are arguments back and forth.
Right. So what's going on here, and one of the reasons that this is so confusing, is that you have a civil case regarding his deportation. That's in the state of Maryland in federal court. Then you have a criminal case in court in Nashville where he's been charged with participating in a human trafficking ring. In other words, a conspiracy to smuggle undocumented immigrants across the United States. That's also in federal court. When he was brought back from El Salvador, Attorney General Bondi announced on June 6th that he'd been returned to the United States to face this criminal indictment. And she said at that time he would only be redeported after his criminal case was over. Now the federal government signaling that they want to complete the civil process and deport him without the criminal prosecution being completed, which, can happen. People can be charged with crimes and then deported before they go to trial.
Can you explain what was said at the most recent hearing in Maryland regarding all of this?
Well, the judge there is is very frustrated. She said getting certain answers out of the government is like, quote, nailing Jell-O to a wall. And she described complete chaos that had arisen. I mean, I've never really seen phrases like this coming out of a court in this context before, but it's gotten so strange that even though the federal magistrate judge in Nashville has said that Garcia is not a flight risk, not a danger to the community, his own lawyers have asked that he remain locked up. They don't want him to be released on his own recognizance because they're concerned that as soon as he's let out of jail there, the administration will try to deport him under that civil process in Maryland.
And would they have a right to do that? If he were to be released, could he walk out of the courtroom and then just be put on a plane and extradited?
Yes, I think they could. And, assuming that due process has been followed for deportation, I think they would have the power to do that. So I'm not really sure how he comes out ahead by going through a criminal trial where I guess he could be convicted. But for now, his lawyers want him to stay in Nashville so he can't be deported. I think they're right that once he's deported, there's no coming back.
Well, speaking of confusing messages coming from the White House and the Justice Department, we wanted to ask you before we let you go about the whole fallout over the supposedly non-existent Epstein list. Now, is there anything definitive the Justice Department has said in the past compared to what they're currently saying that we should take note of?
I think that we thought there was something definitive being said months ago when it was suggested that there was a lot more in those files than had been previously released. It was sort of teased over time, right? That there was a suggestion that there was a client list that he had been blackmailing people with. But this latest report, which seems very thorough and, goes through all the evidence again from 2019 and before, says, nope, there is nothing more. There is no client list. There was no blackmail scheme. He was clearly a terrible person who took his own life, but all the conspiracy theories that have been floating around about him since he was arrested and killed himself have proven to really not have evidentiary support. So it sounded definitive before. It apparently wasn't, but now what we're hearing does seem definitive.
Well, if this were some sort of vast sex trafficking operation, which had been alleged for years, why is Ghislaine Maxwell still in jail?
Well, I think she's in jail for the specific reasons that led to her conviction. You don't have to prove a large-scale trafficking program to be convicted of individual cases of sexual abuse, for example.
All right. Former state AG Rob McKenna. Rob, a lot of topics today. Always appreciate speaking with you on Wednesdays.
Never a dull moment with you two.
Thank you so much. It's 7:23, and that's time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes, and we get back to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, try to avoid Tacoma in both directions of I-5 for the next little bit. Probably a long time for southbound 5. We're beginning this long-term investigation, potentially a fatal crash investigation. State troopers just let me know that the person was transported, but I'm not exactly sure the condition. Either way, there's a long-term investigation going on with the State Patrol. This is southbound 5 right before you get to the Tacoma Dome. Only the HOV lane is open, so all the other lanes are blocked, and you have to merge over, and the backup begins well before 70th coming down the hill out of down and through Fife. So Federal Way to Federal Way to Tacoma is running at about 40 minutes now. That's about a 30-minute delay through the area. So as I said, this is a big-time delay and long-term investigation. Coming the other direction, we've got about a 3-mile backup on northbound I-5 approaching 56th in South Tacoma. So Olympia to Tacoma is running an hour. This crash is in the left-hand lane. A lot of people are bailing and taking eastbound 512 to try to get around this to get down to the Valley Freeway, so it's slower than normal. And then a 50-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue, normal 40-minute drive for you guys. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour and 10. Coming down from the north end, definitely a very heavy day today away from Linwood. Also brake lights by the Everett Mall. We've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Once you're down past Shoreline and Bothell, not bad. The lake bridges are still in fine shape. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local content on the FM dial. 97.3 HD2.
69 and showers today, low 70s and sunny tomorrow afternoon, then 80s and maybe even warmer into next week. Right now in Seattle, it's 60 and cloudy.
And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has more on why a 13-year-old in Everett is being hailed as a hero. It's 7:25.
a KIRO News Radio exclusive on the Chi and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Motorcycle accident cases require a thorough investigation by a team of experienced legal professionals if they have any chance of being successful. Insurance companies, juries, and even the police tend to assume the worst about motorcycle riders. Get help from an experienced team of attorneys that have successfully resolved hundreds of motorcycle accident cases over the past 30 years. Call Davis Law Group for a free legal consultation or get my free book on motorcycle accidents at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE. Go to k2visionrle.com and schedule a free Zoom consultation today. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Permanently.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It was a scary moment for a family in Everett after an 11-year-old fell off a dock into the water and nearly drowned yesterday afternoon.
That's when an alert 13-year-old dove in after the boy and pulled him to the surface. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here live with details.
Yeah, firefighters say that 11-year-old was under the water at Silver Lake for almost 6 minutes. He fell in, but his parents said he doesn't know how to swim. The 13-year-old dove in, found him, pulled him up to safety. 3 nurses at the lake started CPR right away, and the boy had no pulse, but first responders got his pulse back. You know, there's a big water and boater safety push right now going on across the state. Rob Sendak, who's with Washington State Park, says there's been 23 recreational boating fatalities in the last 2 years, and
86% of those fatalities were not wearing life jackets.
So the message is wear one, even if you're near the water on a dock. Ashley Seidel is also with Washington State Parks, shared some tips with us as well. She's got her top 3 right here.
Wear a life jacket. Also be aware of hazards like cold water. And then also to reach, throw, don't go. When somebody falls in the water, your first impulse might be to jump in and help them, but you should avoid doing that.
So try if you can to throw a life preserver or reach with a pole or something like that. But Charlie and Manda, of course, in this case, the victim did not resurface. So that's why that alert teenager jumped in after him. The victim is now in critical condition at Providence Medical Center, so not out of the woods yet, but that teenager who saved him, pulled him up, is being called a hero.
Yeah, that teenager didn't even know the family and dove in and saved that kid. Great story.
Yep.
Great heroic story. Okay, it's 7:33.
The city of Bellevue has approved speed limit reductions on 4 busy streets. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors tells us where and when to expect the changes.
Bellevue's transportation department is downshifting speeds with their Vision Zero goal of eliminating traffic deaths by the year 2030. Almost 90% of fatalities and serious injuries in the Bellevue area happen where speed limits are 30 or above. This summer, staff will study the impact of lowering speeds near the Factoria Mall, Microsoft Campus, a portion of Northup Way, and Village Park Drive. Their proximity to schools, busy bike lanes, and a busy residential area were deciding factors. By the end of the month, speeds will drop by 5 to 10 miles per hour at these 4 locations. Staff will study the impact and use that data for future phases of this project. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Okay, let's get over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads.
And try to avoid southbound I-5 into Tacoma if you can for the next hour or so minimum. We've got a 5.5-mile backup now trying to get from basically Highway 18 all the way down to the Tacoma Dome. Only the HOV lane is open for this crash investigation, so you have to merge all the way over. It's a 50-minute trip minimum from Federal Way to Tacoma. That's normally a 10-minute drive. So we are looking at a 40-minute delay going southbound on I-5 there. Northbound is running about 30 minutes behind schedule because of a crash at 56th, which is blocking the left lane as you come up from 512, coming up there to the 56th area. So that whole area in Pierce County, we're really struggling. The rest of the map looks about normal. Make that an hour and 10 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, 35 minutes up to South Center, 35 minutes from Valley Freeway, about 50. 40 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, so not too bad there. The lake bridges are okay. Away from Linwood, we are really struggling as we are seeing the brake lights there. But an hour and 5-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue is a pretty good time for this time of day. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, a little blip in the weather for the week. We're going to see drizzle at times, mostly cloudy today and 69, but then back to the sunshine by tomorrow afternoon, warming up to 72, and then the warm-up for the weekend will be into the low 80s Friday through Sunday. It's cloudy, then 61 in Seattle right now.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
7:36 now. Seattle is one step closer to ending more than a decade of federal oversight of its police department.
Mayor Bruce Harrell announced yesterday the city has asked a federal judge to approve a new crowd management policy for the police department. That policy is seen as the final piece in a reform process that started in 2012 after a Department of Justice investigation found patterns of excessive force and biased policing. Harrell says SPD has made major strides in officer accountability and reducing use of force, and that the department is ready to move forward without federal supervision.
How have King County Metro buses been made safer in the past 7 months, and what will be done moving forward? That's on the agenda today at a meeting of the King County Regional Transit Safety Task Force, which was formed after a Metro driver was stabbed to death on the job last December.
We spoke with the group earlier this year. They tell us their goal is to share ideas, raise concerns, and identify the most urgent issues of the transit system.
Operators, you open your door every day to a danger that you don't know you don't know what danger you're opening your door to.
And Metro officials say 1,300 buses are being retrofitted this year with stronger safety partitions for drivers that they can lock. Now, they tell us in the first quarter of 2025, driver assaults fell 20% compared to the same time last year. The county expects all buses to have partitions by 2026.
That's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin.
Updating a story we brought you yesterday. Over the holiday weekend, a group took over an intersection in Auburn where a driver ran over an 18-year-old woman, leaving her in critical condition. Well, that wasn't the only recent street takeover in Western Washington. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports more than 100 people took over a street in Tacoma last week, and 4 people were arrested.
Jim Fuda with Crime Stoppers says not only are we seeing more laws try to crack down on street takeovers.
The police departments have got a task force out now that they're working on to try to curb these things.
While Tyler agrees these takeovers can put lives in danger.
Yeah, it's the people hanging out the windows that's stupid.
He also believes there are safer ways to gather.
We kind of just need more permits to be able to do this in like a private location, like a warehouse with some security and barriers, something safe.
Auburn police are still looking for the driver in the weekend incident.
DoorDash is raising its delivery fees in Seattle again. The company says it's losing money here and blames city regulations. Seattle's delivery fees are now the highest in the country. DoorDash says new laws requiring nearly $30 an hour pay for drivers, well, that's too much. They say it's hurting local businesses, drivers, and customers. Compared to other cities like Denver and Portland, Seattle's fees are more than double. DoorDash says it warned city leaders, and now it's passing the cost on to consumers.
Scientists are tracking a swarm of small earthquakes beneath Mount Rainier. More than 400 have been recorded since early yesterday, the strongest a 1.7 magnitude. Harold Tobin, the director of the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network, tells KIRO 7 TV this kind of thing doesn't happen very often.
The last time it was on this kind of scale was about 2009, so 16 years ago.
He says right now it's nothing to be concerned about. Experts say it's likely not volcanic activity, but they are watching it closely.
Coming up on 740, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the 2 crashes involved both north and southbound 5 in the Tacoma area. We'll break it down next.
The first place you turn to for breaking news.
Protest outside City Hall.
KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch begins our team coverage live at City Hall.
Now, we are told by SPD that 4 people have been arrested for assault. For more on the counter-protesters, we go to Scott Carty.
See a group of another 10 officers come down the steps.
Closures now extended from Washington closer to the stadiums.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM. And download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Hartley and Brent Wilcox talking about Wilcox Family Farms.
Dad, I've really enjoyed all the community events we've been doing. One question I get asked a lot is, how long has our family had the farm? When I tell them since 1909, they're surprised. Why do you think that is?
I imagine it's because that's a long time, and many farms have been bought by big corporations that put profits first.
Growing up on the farm, I feel like we put people and the well-being of our hens first.
We do, and as you know, free-range and mobile pasture hens have organic soil to forage and do what they naturally would do. This takes more time and money, but it's the right thing to do. It's better for the hens and makes for great tasting eggs.
I agree. Here is Mike to tell you where you can find locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs.
For fresh, local, pasture-raised, omega-3, hard-boiled, and other fresh eggs, choose Wilcox Family Farms. Look for Wilcox eggs at Town & Country Markets, Fred Meyer, and Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
7:43 now. Let's check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And it is just a very rough day trying to get into and through the Tacoma area. Both north and southbound 5 has crashes. The biggest impact certainly for those of you going southbound, trying to get from, say, Federal Way or Highway 18 down into Tacoma. We have a crash, a pretty significant crash investigation going on right there before you get to the Tacoma Dome. Only the HOV lane is open, so you have to merge all the way over to the far left, and so that is causing basically about a 40 to 45 minute delay getting down into Tacoma. From Federal Way to Tacoma is about 50 minutes, maybe a little bit more. What we're starting to see as well is people are bailing all over the place to try to get around this. So 509 trying to get into Tacoma is getting really heavy past basically the entire port of Tacoma, so plan on big delays there. Now going northbound on I-5, we have a crash in the left lane right before 56. That has us backed up all the way to 512, and it's the reason why 512 westbound is backed up all the way to Parkland, trying to get over to I-5. So that Olympia to Tacoma drive is running at an hour. That is a 25-minute delay. The rest of the map, about normal. Federal Way to Seattle, about hour and 10 minutes. Valley Freeway, about 52 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, about 40. So average. The Lake Bridges are now starting to see a little bit of westbound slowing, primarily on I-90, but it's manageable. Coming down from the north end, a little over, looks like an hour now for either one of those drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. And if you're out and about and can have your passenger text us, let me know what the tolls are running, because, again, second time in 2 weeks, we've had the DOT's app not functioning and not showing the proper toll rates. So just keep that in mind. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
You might get a little wet today. We're looking for mostly cloudy skies, some drizzle at times, and a high of 69. But then a nice long stretch of sunny days. For tomorrow, sun by afternoon and 72, into the low 80s for Friday through Sunday. It's cloudy in Seattle right now and 61.
At 7:45, Frank Lindsay is in for Katrina at the news desk.
And some dental history being made this week in Minnesota. The largest dental crown ever created was successfully installed in a patient. That patient, an 800-pound Alaska brown bear at the Lake Superior Zoo. He now has a gleaming new silver-colored canine tooth. Took an hour to install it, and the veterinary dentist who did the procedure also did a root canal on that same tooth a couple of years ago. So I don't know what's going on with this bear's dental hygiene, but...
You know, whenever I am at the zoo, I always go to the bears. Hey, bears, remember to floss. Do they listen? No.
Do you poke the bears?
Sometimes.
Don't poke the bears.
See, that's why. Now, I put the picture in the little thing
That's
here.
spectacular.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, Amanda.
Yeah.
Would you rather be the person to install a crown on an 800-pound bear, or be the person that has to go find the snake on the plane in Australia?
I think I would find the snake on the plane.
Charles?
Well, the bear is knocked out, so I'm going to go with the bear.
Well, but they could wake up, though.
Okay.
I'm
Very
just saying.
true.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank. 7:46 now. It's Seattle's Morning News.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, and your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
New reports this morning that 111 people have died. Over 170 are still missing because of that massive flooding over the weekend in central Texas.
Let's head to Kerrville, Texas right now, live with CBS News reporter Chris Fox. Chris, what's the current weather situation there?
It's nice. That's the one positive. It has not had rain here since Sunday afternoon. And so basically, to look at the numbers along those lines, at 6:45 in the morning on the 4th of July, the water level of the Guadalupe was at just over 34 feet. Today, 2.2 feet, and that is because of the weather. And it has not been overly hot. Central Texas in July obviously could be triple digits, And so far, we've been highs of mid-80s. It is humid, sticky, tough situations for the first responders. But all things considered, the water level is going down. And that's the one positive, I guess, we can glean.
Give us an idea. We have 170 people still missing. Are they confident that is the actual number missing? Could there be duplicates here? What's the thinking?
The numbers are coming from, it's so difficult. They've already checked hotel logs. They've already checked camp logs. They've already checked. And so in this case, we're talking about campers. We're talking about people in RVs. And so they're relying on people calling up the Texas Department of Public Safety, state police, and asking them, telling them that we have relatives or we have friends, and that's where those numbers are coming from. There's a long compilation that it's taken. I have to tell you, the people of Kerrville, it was a gut punch because we'd kind of been teased all along that the numbers were closer to early on in the 20s and then maybe upwards of 40, 45, and then to find out it was 3 times that was really a gut punch. One of the people I was talking to said that they thought that the rescue efforts would be days, and now we're perhaps months, and it's just intimidating.
It is now Wednesday, days after that flood came in. When's the last time they found a survivor?
Friday. And that was from yesterday's press conference, Friday.
Oh.
And that's sad. And that was the part that hit me in the 10 a.m. press conference yesterday. And it was the very last thing said. And it was Friday. Yeah, so we're 6 days in.
Chris?
It's interesting to watch what first responders are doing. A group called EquiSearch on horseback. They have long, 5-6 foot rods, metal rods, and they get off the horse and they'll shove the rods into the mud and trying to find anything solid that it hits, something like an RV, something like a car, something that hopefully they could find bodies in, because all the rest is just debris, and it is really compacted tree limbs and branches and stumps and also toys and clothes. And it's interesting to see from the bluff, looking at the Guadalupe, the cypress trees, the 100-year-old cypress trees snapped in half, not uprooted, snapped in half, giving you an idea. Also, there was one up front. It has to be well over 100 years old, and you can see where the water hit at the top of it. And it's 35 feet up, 34.6 feet up, and it's just I was standing with a couple that have lived in the area for 30 years and spent last weekend in Alaska, and I was there when they arrived at the bluff to see it for the first time coming back. That wife in tears, and one of the first things they said was they can't even fathom how high that water was. They can see where on the tree you could see where it was, but it's tough to even visualize that.
Chris, we just have a couple seconds here. How is the mental health of first responders right now? Here we are 5 days in.
Yeah, that's got to be difficult, because they need to stay focused on everything that they're dealing with. They're dealing with, one of the things I had heard the other day that I didn't think of was fire ants, snakes, fire ants. It's humid. Hydration issues. They're going through electrolyte packets. That's one of the things that the donation centers in the area said that they need more of, just to help them help from being dehydrated. And so, we'll find out that soon. It seems like we're 5 minutes into this. And so Governor Abbott has said that there will be mental health support coming from the state, and it's needed on almost every level, whether it's the first responders or those feeding the first responders or those who are left without power still or those who are left without homes. And it's amazing how deep this is. The city council had an emergency meeting yesterday where we're now getting an idea of perhaps infrastructure issues, water treatment plant damages, and we're talking about using well water in the city for perhaps a year.
Chris Fox from CBS. Chris, thank you so much for your update this morning. We have a hard out here. Thank you for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Traffic alert remains in effect. We have a 50-minute delay on southbound I-5 getting into Tacoma because of this crash right by the Tacoma Dome. Only the HOV lane is open. It's an hour from Federal Way to Tacoma. Coming the other direction, a crash at 56th on northbound I-5 has cleared out of the HOV lane, but we still have about a 20-minute delay there. Hour from Tacoma, Olympia to Tacoma. Rest of the map looks relatively normal with hour-plus drives between most of our major commuting routes, with the exception of Renton to Bellevue, which is at 40. This traffic report is brought to you by D.R. Horton, the National Red Tag Sales event going on through the 20th. Visit D.R. Horton Community today or drhorton.com, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Cloudy and 61 right now, headed for a high of 69.
CBS News is next. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Terry is an athlete. He's also 57 years old.
I've been doing marathons and triathlons since 1990.
And that's not all.
I started playing baseball last year, and when the season was done, my knees were just shot.
Terry suffered from a torn meniscus and cartilage damage, and that's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
My wife says, "You're walking faster today." And I went, "Oh my God, I am."
Does it look like you'll be drafted for the next season?
Well, I'm already 2 games in to the new season, so I'm thrilled.
And just how thrilled is he?
So I'm a high school teacher, and I tell all my students, if any of your parents have bad knees, stem cell works.
Look at that. A true evangelist now, huh? Yeah. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. Northwest News.
The Battle of the Brands Hot Tub Expo is back. Tacoma Mall parking lot. Top brands competing for your business. Deep discounts from Jacuzzi Hot Tubs, Dreammaker Spas, Nordic Hot Tubs, Sundance Spas, even Hydro Pool self-cleaning swim spas. In stock and ready for immediate delivery. Save thousands. Hot tubs from $99 a month. Brands compete. You save. The Battle of the Brands Expo, presented by Aquaquip. Tacoma Mall parking lot starts Friday. Qualified buyers with credit approval pay just $99 a month for a Dreammaker Cabana with $500 deposit, 10.99% and 144-month term. Other offers available. See us at Tacoma Mall for more details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO-FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. From heavy machinery to people with shovels, a long job is underway to clean up in the central Texas flood zone. Razor Dobbs is a local fire official.
There's massive debris fields, some 50 feet high, 300 feet long. Now, since we have a little bit of drying out, we can get some heavy equipment to where we can start picking through these debris fields. It's a very meticulous process.
CBS's Nydia Cavazos says the known death toll stands at 110, with more than 160 people unaccounted for.
No person here has been found alive since last Friday, and we have no word yet from local officials in terms of when will this essentially turn into a recovery operation here.
At least 3 deaths are blamed on flooding in southern New Mexico. The Rio Ruidoso rose fast in a matter of minutes. Carrie Gladden is a local official.
We had one of our water gauges, which is we call the Hollywood gauge, and it saw a historical high of 20 feet.
The Trump administration has sent administrative subpoenas to Harvard University today for information on foreign students there. Harvard calls the subpoenas unwarranted. Overseas, at Pope Leo's summer residence, a visit from Ukraine's President Zelensky. The two suggested the Vatican could hold peace talks to try to end the war with Russia. Last night, Moscow unleashed a barrage of more than 700 drones, some aimed at areas in Ukraine that are vital for receiving foreign aid. President Trump has vowed to resume U.S. military aid shipments. Correspondent Nancy Cordes has the latest on what Trump is saying on tariffs.
Imported copper will now be taxed at 50%, just like steel and aluminum. He also warned a 200% tariff on foreign pharmaceuticals could be coming soon, which could drive up the price of the huge number of drugs that are produced outside the United States.
A lot to do in Philadelphia now that there's a tentative deal to settle an 8-day strike by 10,000 public workers. For one thing, there are piles of garbage.
We've seen everything from maggots to rats running around here along these dump sites. What's particularly concerning for residents is just getting these sites cleaned up. We've heard from children who say it's just been too stinky outside to even play around.
CBS News Philadelphia reporter Brandon Goldner, main issue in the strike was money. The chip maker NVIDIA has surpassed $4 trillion in market valuation, first company ever to do that. Wall Street's, right now the Dow and S&P are higher. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
It's 8:03. Let's go to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we have some positive news to share to start the 8 o'clock hour. The crash that we've been working near the Tacoma Dome, most of the lanes have reopened. It looks like just the far right lane might be closed now, so definitely seeing a much better kind of a volume through the area. The problem is you have a 7-mile backup that goes all the way to Highway 18 and a 50-minute delay. It's going to take you an hour to go from Federal Way down into Tacoma. So big time delays there. The good news is that the crash has pretty much moved out of the way. We're also picking up about 20 minutes now on the drive from Olympia to Tacoma now that the crash we had at 56th in South Tacoma has cleared. 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. Now the Valley Freeway is not too bad. 50 minutes from end to end, maybe a little over 51, 52 maybe, and then Renton to Bellevue's at 45. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive up at about an hour and 15 to an hour and 20 now, with 40 of those minutes from South Center. Big gap in the middle, but still pretty slow. Westbound 520 and 990 look about normal, about 25 minutes to get across the lake. And hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. We did have a crash, by the way, a car fire on the ramp from westbound 522 to southbound 405. So that's why you're back up into Woodinville. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Upgrade your view with Lake Washington Windows. Buy one window or a door, get the second 50% off through July. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
.804 on Seattle's Morning News. We start with a mystery. A peaceful family outing to a state park turned unsettling when a man found a carefully wrapped box along a tide line.
What was inside has left even seasoned investigators scratching their heads. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here live with what we know so far.
So, Amanda, a man was walking with his family along Dash Point State Park. He found a box on the beach, untied a yellow string that was around it, removed a green cloth covering it, and inside he found a severed toe. The Washington State Patrol is now investigating, and I just asked Trooper Rick Johnson a moment ago if he's seen anything like this.
In my 34 years, no. It's definitely not something that we see every day, for sure.
So this happened on Father's Day. Also, inside that pine box, a feather, burned grass, sage, lavender, and some tobacco. So where does WSP and the medical examiner's office even begin trying to find a match to that toe?
Well, I mean, our detectives are involved, and they send a bulletin out to every agency that to see if they have anything that would possibly match, something where they had a case where, this could be part of it. But other than that, yeah, we're kind of, up to the medical examiner, see if they can, somehow get a DNA match to something and go from there.
So WSP can say the toe appears to be from an adult man. Other than that, it is a mystery.
Thank you, Luke. 8:06 now. Tagging graffiti in Seattle could soon cost vandals up to $1,500 per violation.
That's the new fine proposed in a city council bill aimed at curbing vandalism. Councilmember Rob Saka pushed for the increase, saying many taggers are adults, not struggling teens.
They're well-heeled, or at least they're not struggling. And we need to make this hurt for them financially.
The Center Square reports says some even post their tags on social media. The city says it spends about $6 million a year cleaning graffiti. If passed, violators could face the fine or serve community service instead. The full council votes on this proposal July 15th.
No charges for embattled King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson, at least for now. He was arrested last week for a suspicion of stalking his former fiancée, Lee Keller, and violating a court order to stay away from her. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch was there in the courtroom and has this report.
As court appearances go, this one was quick. It only took a couple of minutes for a Snohomish County prosecutor to say the state is declining to file charges. The issue is prosecutors have yet to receive all evidence in the case or they haven't yet made a charging decision. So for now, Wilson is off the hook, but that could change in a matter of days or weeks. Snohomish County prosecutors were asked and agreed to take the case so King County prosecutors could avoid any perception of conflict of interest. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Well, it's Wednesday, July 9th. Along with Manda, I'm Charlie, and we have a busy hour in front of us.
That we do. Coming up in about 10 minutes, Representative Adam Smith joins us live in the studio. He's been vocal about the big budget bill passed last week, U.S. relations in the Middle East and the Ukraine, and much more. He'll join us at 8:15.
And G. Scott will stop by to look at an interesting trend in Washington's population. So that's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
It's 8:08. More than 400 small earthquakes have rattled Mount Rainier since early Tuesday. The strongest was just a 1.7. Scientists say it's likely not tied to volcanic activity. KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Audley reports.
People we spoke to at the base of the mountain weren't too nervous about it.
It's certainly not something I'm afraid of or especially concerned of.
Diego Rodriguez lives near Paradise. He works in Ashford at the National Park Inn.
It's definitely in the back of your mind, I think, at all times when you're here, but it's not so significant that you're oh no, I hope it doesn't happen.
The last time there was this level of activity on Mount Rainier was 2009.
City of Seattle taking a major step toward ending federal oversight of its police department. Mayor Bruce Harrell says the city has asked a federal judge to approve a new crowd management plan for the SPD. Federal oversight began in 2012 after a DOJ investigation found issues with use of force and biased policing. Harrell says SPD has made significant progress, improving officer accountability and reducing force. The new crowd control strategy is seen as the final hurdle to ending rescinding the federal agreement.
Seattle's new top cop will be sworn in today. The city council unanimously confirmed Sean Barnes last week. Council members praised his communication skills and steady leadership. Barnes told KIRO Newsradio's Gian Ursula last month he chose to go into police work so he could protect people.
I have a heart for people. I have a heart for policing. I was raised by two very amazing, God-fearing parents that taught me that truly, the price for leadership is that you have to put other people before yourself.
Barnes took over as interim chief in January after Adrian Diaz was let go. Diaz's time as chief saw officer departures, low morale, and internal scandal. Since Barnes stepped in, the city council says hiring is up and professionalism is back. Barnes is also the first outsider to lead the department since 2018.
The firefighter injured in an ambush attack in Coeur d'Alene is on the road to recovery. Engineer Dave Tisdall suffered a collapsed lung, broken bones, and right now he can't move below the chest. Fellow firefighters like Andy Goodsell spoke with Creme TV.
I would consider Dave my closest friend in the department. The cool part about Dave is I think there is a long, long line behind me of people that would say the exact same thing.
Firefighters Frank Harwood and John Morrison were killed in the shooting on June 29th. Deputies say the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
A brave 13-year-old is being called a hero this morning in Everett. He dove into Silver Lake to save an 11-year-old boy who nearly drowned yesterday afternoon. Everett Fire says the younger child fell off a dock and didn't resurface. A nearby adult shouted for help and the teenager jumped into action. He searched underwater and finally pulled the boy up. 3 nurses at the lake started CPR right away. The boy had no pulse. First responders did get it back. He's now in critical condition at Providence Medical Center. Everett Fire tells KIRO 7 TV the teen's quick thinking helped save a life.
A Seattle woman marks a major milestone.
It was quite the birthday bash at Rosa Fucciuto's retirement home.
I was born in 1918.
She just celebrated her 107th birthday, a long life that she says has had its ups and downs.
I've been widowed 3 times.
She also worked as a secretary and a flight attendant, keeping busy. She tells KIRO 7 TV is the secret to a long life.
Always doing something, and don't sit there and say, oh, there's nothing to do. Go out and volunteer somewhere.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Another record broken for Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh.
Here's the stretch by Art Lieband. The pitch swung on, well hit ball deep to right field, and there's number 36. Goodbye baseball into the second level. A 2-run drive off the bat of Cal Raleigh, his 36th home run of the season.
And now the Mariners' record for most home runs before the All-Star break. It was previously held by Ken Griffey Jr. He had 35. Raleigh leads all MLB players in home runs, and yesterday's homer was not enough for a Mariners victory. It was kind of a blowout, 10-3 in the Bronx. The two teams face off again today at 4:05, and you can hear it on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Have you seen that video of Cal Raleigh 20 years ago? I think he was 8 years old.
Oh, my gosh, I just reposted that yesterday.
Yeah.
He says, I'm the home run derby champ.
And who knows, maybe he will be.
Maybe.
He's in the lead for all of Major League Baseball right now for homers, so go Cal. 8:12 now. Let's check the weather, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
A lot of clouds out there, and yes, we are beginning to see some showers. We have temps in the upper 50s and lower 60s, and we'll just see some pockets of light showers throughout most of your day. I don't really think it's going to change a whole lot. It will be a little more consistently wet around, but especially north of Everett. But, Seattle, Tacoma, Olympia, we'll get some light showers, a few hundredths of an inch, and we'll stay cool. Highs will only get to the upper 60s and a couple of places lower 70s with cloudy conditions. Tomorrow, wake up cloudy and a little drippy, but what's left of the moisture will wrap up quickly, and we'll get some late day sun breaks in the low 70s. And we're back into the 80s for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and maybe even a lot of next week, if not hotter by the midway part of next week.
Right now it's cloudy and 61 in Seattle.
And it's 8:13. Time once again to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes, and Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Well, we picked up about 1.5 miles on the backup on southbound I-5, but we still have a challenging drive trying to get from Federal Way down into Tacoma. We had a long-term crash that had only the HOV lane open by the Tacoma Dome. Now that that's clear, the backup is down to about 5 miles, but it's an hour drive from Federal Way to Tacoma. That is a 50-minute delay over what you might expect. We're definitely seeing things get better on northbound I-5, trying to work your way up from 512. We had an earlier crash at 56 that's still about 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, so behind schedule by a little bit, but not bad. Looking at westbound 5 512, a little heavier driving back into that backup there at I-5. Other than that, 167 is starting to get better out of Pierce County. Still have brake lights at Auburn and at the north end, a little over 30 minutes from Auburn, a little over 50 all the way. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes, about average. Starting to loosen up a little bit on the northbound I-5 drive through the Kent Des Moines Road construction zone, but we have about an hour and 10-minute trip still to get you up into Federal Way to Federal Way to Seattle. Across the lake, about 25 minutes now for both bridges. Coming down from the north end, about an hour from Everett into Seattle, about 45 minutes from Everett into Bellevue. This traffic report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good. Visit suplinen.com.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
8:15 now. The massive budget bill is now law, and one of the most vocal critics is Democratic Congressman from Washington State, Adam Smith, who joins us now live in studio.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. Nice to have you here. You've been pretty vocal about that bill. What were your main concerns?
Well, the deficit is one of the biggest concerns. I mean, I think it's one of the most hypocritical, isn't even quite the right word. Just unbelievable that the Republican Congress comes in saying the debt, the deficit, and you can hear so many Republican members of Congress talk about how bad the debt and the deficit are and the impact they're going to have. And they actually argued that we have to vote this bill because we have to get spending under control. It adds $3.4 trillion to the debt because of all the taxes they cut. Primarily for the wealthy, but some for the upper middle class. But at a time when the concentration of wealth is the single biggest economic problem that we face, they passed a bill that's going to put more money in the hands of wealthy people or people in the upper middle class. And to the extent they pay for it at all, it's with cuts to health care and food for the poor and the working class. It is literally a reverse Robin Hood piece of legislation that's going to weaken us fiscally and also make it harder for the people in this country who are already struggling economically. It was an incredibly irresponsible piece of legislation.
I'm sure you've heard this. What do you say to the people who say whatever party is in charge, they tend to do the same thing, spend and not really care as much about the debt?
Yeah, I say they're right. I make these arguments even when Democrats are in charge. But again, it's certainly the part of it that's most offensive. And I think the most offensive part about it, again, is the dishonesty behind it, that the Republicans are claiming that they're going to be fiscally responsible in passing this bill. And then, of course, they change the way they calculate it to say, no, extending tax cuts doesn't count. This is part of how we got into the debt and deficit problem we have, is because we've used sort of magical accounting. Look, the tax cuts were set to expire. If we don't extend them, then that helps us with our fiscal picture. If we do extend them, it adds to the deficit. And they said, well, that's current baseline, so it doesn't count. So those sorts of games and that sort of dishonesty just makes it harder for people to really believe in what we're trying to do. But then also, let's all focus on the harm being done and what they've chosen to focus on in terms of spending around healthcare and food, around Medicaid and SNAP, primarily the way they've changed the benefit structure. That is really going to be harmful to people in the roughly bottom 60% of income earners in our country.
During negotiations, did you and your fellow Democrats just want to kill the whole deal, or did you feel there was room for compromise?
Probably kill the whole deal, because I don't know what you would really compromise on if the entire goal was drive up the debt, cut programs for poor people, and give more tax cuts to rich people. Yeah, I'm in favor of a conversation about how we restructure the budget to get us on a more fiscally sustainable path. That we could have had a conversation about, but that wasn't the conversation that the Republican majority was interested in.
I was at the dump in Algona the other day.
This is going to go somewhere.
I've been to that dump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely one. And
Yes.
the reason I bring it up is one of the guys who works there, his name is Eric. He's a fan of the show. He runs up to me. He's just excited that he got to see someone from this station. And he goes to me, tell me more about this payroll tax cut. Specifically, he was excited about no tax on overtime. This is a thing that I think a lot of people are excited about.
Sure.
Should he be excited about that?
By the way, I think they call it a transfer.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, Congressman.
That's not a dump. No, look, and here's the problem. I mean, I guess, would you be excited if someone came up to you and said, here, I'm going to give you $5,000? Well, sure. Yeah. Okay, but that's the way we've been governing for several decades now. Overtime tips, they should be taxed. Now, I'm in favor of a progressive tax system. So if you make less money, I want to give you a higher write-off. I want to have you pay less taxes. But the idea that overtime and tips shouldn't be taxed, as a number of business people have told me, all of a sudden, a lot of things are going to be considered overtime and tips. All right. It's not that hard to restructure that. You're going to have a 30-hour work week, and we're going to call it overtime. It is an invitation to undermine our tax system. But look, tip of the hat to Trump. He understands promise stuff, and that's one of the best ways to get elected. We have to become more disciplined as a country if we're going to have a more effective budget and a more fiscally responsible budget. But look, I understand politics. I have this complicated analogy to the TV show Felicity, which I'll shrink down. But when she's like a senior, I think a guy runs for student body president on one issue: free pizza Friday. Vote for me, and I'll give you free pizza on Friday. And literally, that's all he says. And he wins. Okay? And that's fine, but governing is about more than giving free stuff to people. All right. It's about having an effective and efficient government. I mean, here locally, we would love to have more housing. We would love to better deal with crime and homelessness and drug abuse. Like I said, more affordable housing. You have to have an efficient and effective government to do that. You can't just spend money wildly in a whole bunch of different directions. So that's the problem. Yeah. I mean, tip of the hat to Trump. If you tell someone, hey, I'm going to give you free money, there's going to be a certain amount of excitement for it, but I don't think it's what this country needs right now.
A lot of ground to cover this morning in our short time together. I want to ask you about Iran. I know you were against the bombing of the nuclear facility there. It's been a couple of weeks. What are your thoughts on what happened now?
Well, we still got the same problem. Iran still has the capability of building a nuclear weapon. Estimates range from 6 months to 2 years now, whereas before they were a few weeks to a few months. I guess that's a mild improvement. But it really doesn't fundamentally change the equation. And plus, now that Iran has been bombed and they've kicked out all of the IAEA inspectors and effectively withdrawn from the Non-Proliferation Treaty, what are we going to do to stop them from determining that they need to build a bomb now as their only means of defense? This is why it was so dumb to pull out of the JCPOA, the treaty with Iran that got them to actually stop enriching uranium. So we still have that problem. Also, the war in Gaza is still going on, and it is a horrific humanitarian crisis. Now, they're negotiating, but we still have conflict in the Middle East. Dropping a few bombs in one mission did not solve that problem, and I think it came at enormous risk. And we still don't know exactly what Iran is going to do in response to that.
You're the top-ranking Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, and I want to talk to you for a moment about AI, because I don't think a lot of people are familiar on the defense side with AI. There are drone boats. There are drone submarines that people might not be aware of. There's even development of ground robots that could make their own decisions on a battlefield without human intervention. What trends are you watching right now, and what kind of oversight will your committee be giving to the use of AI on the battlefield?
Sure, those are two separate things. Autonomous vehicles are possible with or without AI. They're used in a variety of different ways and controlled in different ways, but AI definitely could enhance that capability. Look, I think there's two pieces to it. One, AI is an incredibly important tool in having a strong defense. It is a competitive issue, just like missile technology or a wide variety of different things. We need to develop AI technology to put us in the best possible position to have a strong deterrent. And then also we have to make sure that it doesn't get out of control and stumble us into a conflict. Yeah, I think there always needs to be a human in the loop. And so, our committee is looking closely at how to best use AI technology. Autonomous systems are one thing. One thing AI can really help with is processing all the information that comes into us. You're trying to figure out, looking at a battlefield, what do you really need to know? Bring all that information. AI can synthesize it and get it to the warfighter in a timely manner. So it is a tool that we need to figure out how to use effectively, and also we need to make sure that it doesn't get us into more trouble.
And we got to beat China in terms of AI development.
Well, we have to be able to compete effectively with China and deter China. I'm a little worried about all of this sort of us or them type of rhetoric around China. I think some of the anti-China rhetoric is extreme and puts us on a path to a conflict that is not in anybody's interests. China's not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We are going to be two major powers in the world. I want to compete with them. I want to make sure that economically, militarily, we're in a strong position. But I also want to figure out what is the plan for coexisting with China. Because we're going to have to coexist with China. All this tough talk about how we're going to beat them, they're not going anywhere. So how do we get along while also being in a strong enough position to make sure that our interests are upheld?
All right. Congressman Adam Smith, always a pleasure having you here.
One more question.
Yes.
Is Cal Raleigh going to win the home run derby?
Personally, I wish Cal Raleigh wasn't in the home run derby because historically speaking, I remember when Julio was in a few years ago and his season went down noticeably. And part of the problem was he did well, so he was in all 3 rounds swinging for the fences. So what I want is the Mariners to win.
There you go.
I want to get back to the playoffs again, but
We'll
I'm
leave it there.
excited for the season he's having.
I'm in trouble. I just made us late.
Yeah,
but I had to know.
Yeah, we can do it. All right, thanks, Congressman Smith. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully now.
Well, we've picked up 15 minutes on the drive from Federal Way down into Tacoma. After that long-term crash we had near the Tacoma Dome, all the lanes have reopened, but the backup does extend to Highway 18. 45 minutes now to make that drive from Federal Way to Tacoma, which is a 35-minute delay. Now, going the other direction, we have about 45 minutes from South Center into downtown. Backup begins right after the Boeing Access Road, but behind that, it's not too bad. Overall, about an hour and 15-minute trip, but 45 of those minutes are from South Center. Getting reports of a crash right before you get on the First Avenue South Bridge on northbound 509, so that's adding some trouble trying to get out of Burien. The rest of the map looking really heavy. We'll get to those travel times in about 10 minutes. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
Everyone needs their own spot in the sun. It doesn't have to be big. Sometimes just enough for a chair, a book, and a cup of coffee. You might have a decking issue to solve, or maybe you're looking for a trellis. Whatever your needs, our staff is ready to help you plan your next outdoor living project, free of charge. Stop by your local Dunn Lumber to get started on your next outdoor living project, or contact me personally, Mike Dunn, at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies. Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, this has been one of the best summers of whale watching in years. Humpback whales continue to gather in large numbers in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Tours have seen more than 20 individuals on many trips. Big's orcas are also quite active now, with one family in particular, the T-37As, traveling widely throughout the Salish Sea. The T-37As have a 10-year-old male named Crinkle due to the crinkly shape of his dorsal fin. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily, guaranteed whale-watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Worried about your aging parents' bathroom? You can convert that old tub into a walk-in shower with Bathfitter. Custom fit, installed in just one day with 0% interest for 24 months. Call Bathfitter now or visit BathfitterNW.com.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit WaFdBank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
For over 50 years, Buc-ee's has provided oil changes, brakes, factory service, and more with expertise and good old-fashioned customer service. No appointment needed, friendly financing available. Visit Buc-ee's.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. Right now, on Capitol Hill, Senator Maria Cantwell is pressing President Trump's nominee to lead the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
She's raising concerns about budget cuts to the National Weather Service and whether they hindered forecast ahead of this week's deadly floods in Texas.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has been monitoring the hearing and joins us live with the latest.
Dr. Neil Jacobs, President Trump's nominee, is being questioned right now as we speak. If confirmed, he would oversee the National Weather Service. And here's what he just said about the recent cuts to the Weather Service.
If confirmed, I will ensure that staffing the Weather Service offices is its top priority. It's really important for the people to be there because they have relationships with the people in the local community. They're a trusted source.
Senator Cantwell then pushed him on whether or not he's in favor of privatizing the Weather Service, especially when it comes to data and data collection. Collecting that into one central location rather than at regional offices like we need here in our state to help predict tsunamis on the coast or forest fires.
As I mentioned,
some people have suggested that the private sector, you could just do it in one location. And I'm just trying to get to this point that this regional data and integration with the emergency responders is critical.
Consolidating the data, not consolidating the people.
Okay.
I would love for the people to be more embedded in the community.
Thank you.
So that hearing is continuing as we speak again, but there are a lot of questions, Charlie and Amanda, about whether the recent cuts to the Weather Service affected the ability to warn people about those deadly floods in Texas. The death toll is up to 111 people right now. This morning, around 170 people are confirmed still missing.
All right. Thank you, Luke. And we're just getting this in that level 3 get out now evacuations are underway north of Belfair. This is happening right now along Northeast Tunerville Drive. The North Mason Regional Fire Authority tells the Seattle Times at least 50 50 homes are threatened. The Toonerville fire is burning on 100 acres and right now is 0% contained.
A near tragedy at Silver Lake turned into a story of courage and quick action. An 11-year-old boy fell off a dock yesterday afternoon and didn't come back up. A 13-year-old stranger saw what was happening and dove in to help. After several tries, he found the boy underwater and brought him to the surface. 3 nurses nearby jumped in to do CPR. Everett Fire says the boy was underwater for up to 6 minutes. Thanks to that teen and those bystanders, the boy's heart started beating again. He's now in critical condition.
Let's get over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now, where Chris Sullivan is watching traffic for us.
And Charlie, that Toonerville fire is only about 4.5 miles from Highway 3 itself in Belfair. So, we're watching that one pretty closely. No impact to the road there, but you're right. Old Belfair Highway, definitely you need to be on alert there. Looking at the drive on our freeways here, definitely seeing some continued improvement on southbound I-5. Still struggling from 18 down through Fife and off and on past the Tacoma Dome. We had a long-term crash there, but 35 minutes from Federal Way to Tacoma is an improvement. It's still a 25-minute delay, but we're getting there. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle, we're running at about an hour and 15 minutes, but 50 of those minutes are from South Center into downtown. Really struggling there. 509 northbound, also not great. We have a crash at the First Avenue South Bridge. The Renton to Bellevue Drive is running 45 minutes. Behind that, still 50 from Puyallup to Renton. Across the lake, we have a stall block in the right lane, right at I-5 on westbound 520, and that's why we're backed up all the way almost to Medina across the lake. We've got about a 25 to 30-minute trip on 520, matching the 25 to 30-minute trip on I-90 to go from Bellevue to Seattle. Out of the north end, a solid hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by the KIRO Radio Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476. Subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown to get the latest news and updates from your favorite KIRO News Radio shows straight to your inbox.
Our forecast, we're going to stay cloudy for today, possibly some drizzle at times and 69. And then tomorrow by afternoon, sunny again and 72 into the 80s, low 80s for Friday, right on through Sunday. Could get hot again middle part of next week. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 62.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, news out of the Supreme Court yesterday. Justices are backing President Trump's effort to carry out mass firings and reorganizations at federal agencies. This is putting a hold on a lower court order that had temporarily blocked the president from taking those steps without approval from Congress.
Joining us now to explain is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna, who joins us every Wednesday. Rob, good morning. And what does this latest order say?
Well, it says that the lower court's stay order blocking the administration from implementing the executive order on layoffs is itself, suspended. So they've basically overruled the lower court in terms of enjoining the federal government's action temporarily. And the reason that the court did this, and this was an 8-1 decision, is they said that the arguments that were made in the lower court are about sort of the general plans of the administration to do reductions in force and reorganize agencies. But they said, quote, "We express no view on the legality of any agency RIF and reorganization plan produced or approved pursuant to the executive order." In other words, bring us a specific agency RIF, bring us a specific reorganization plan, and we can evaluate, and any court can evaluate whether or not it violates federal law, because, of course, federal agencies are established under statute.
Is this the most power executive orders have ever had?
Well, yeah, I think quite possibly. Probably since the 1930s, when FDR issued 99 executive orders in his first 3 months in office, the first 100 days. He used executive orders very prolifically. Trump has exceeded that, but I think you have to go all the way back to the Great Depression to find a real comparator. Having said that, though, Amanda, the use of executive orders has been steadily increasing since the early 2000s. Every president, starting with George W. Bush, has used more and more of them. That includes Obama and Biden and so forth.
You mentioned that this was an 8-1 ruling. Why is that notable?
It's notable because most of the court decided that, this temporary stay that the lower court put in place was based on facts that were too generalized. In other words, you can't stay the federal government's desire to at least produce an agency RIF plan, to produce a reorganization plan. You have to have something more specific and concrete in order to enjoin it.
Former State AG Rob McKenna. Rob, always appreciate speaking with you on Wednesdays. 8:39 now. Senator Patty Murray is co-sponsoring a bill to increase transparency in immigration enforcement. The Center Square reports the Visible Act would require agents to clearly show their agency and badge number. Murray says people in Washington state have told her they're scared of masked agents with no ID. But federal agents say masks are often necessary for safety. The Department of Homeland Security says attacks on ICE agents have risen 500%. The bill would still allow masks in undercover operations or hazardous conditions. Supporters say it's about accountability. Critics worry it puts agents at work at risk.
It's 8:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at why things are so slow westbound across the lake on 520, so we'll break it down next.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show. Even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You probably know Valentine Roofing for, well, roofing. In fact, they were voted best roofing company in the Pacific Northwest 2 years running. But did you know they do much more than just roofing? If you need anything addressed on your siding, gutters, attic insulation, or even exterior cleaning, give them a call. That's what I did. Hey, Jake Skorheim here. I recently had a bit of a moss problem on my roof, which happens here in the Northwest. I called Valentine Roofing to schedule a service, and it couldn't have been easier or faster. And the best thing for my hectic schedule, I didn't even need to be there for the appointment. They did everything while I was at work, and after they finished and cleaned up, I got a link with all the details and photo and video of the service. Valentine Roofing is a name you know, the team you can trust, and the craftsmanship your home deserves. So next time you need work done on your home, whether it's your roof, siding, attic, or gutters, call my favorite home improvement company, Valentine Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today by calling Valentine Roofing at 206-ROOFING or schedule online at valentinерoof.com. That's valentinерoof.com.
8:43 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we've actually got some pretty heavy lake drives today, westbound across the bridges. Westbound 520, because of a stall we had near I-5, really backed us up to Medina. For I-90, it's just the normal stuff. But give yourself about 30 minutes to make that trip from Bellevue to Seattle, so about 5 to 8 minutes slower than you might expect. We're getting close to seeing things improve really significantly on southbound I-5, trying to get from Federal Way down into Tacoma. We still have off and on brake lights down the hill through Fife, past the Puyallup River Bridge to the Dome. Had a long-term crash there that basically had the freeway closed, and we're still digging out. 35 minutes from Federal Way to Tacoma, still about a 25-minute delay. The rest of Pierce County still kind of struggling in places. Westbound 512, one of them, right as you approach I-5, we had an earlier crash just north of the 512 interchange on I-5. Valley Freeway, off and on, not too bad. 45 to 48 minutes to make the drive to go from Puyallup to Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue's at about 45 minutes. Definitely seeing a lot more brake lights over the top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. The Federal Way to Seattle drive, about an hour and 15 minutes, with 50 of those minutes from South Center. So those last couple of miles are going to be difficult, and we're still working with a crash on the First Avenue South Bridge, or right before you get to it on northbound 509. So delays there as well. Coming down from the north end, you're going to need about an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, but you really don't touch the brakes till you're south of Linwood. This traffic report brought to you by, let's see here. Let's go back. I missed one when we were talking to Adam Smith. Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Nice catch. Might get a little wet in spots today. Some drizzle in the forecast. Will stay mostly cloudy, 69 our high. Tomorrow, sun by afternoon again. You'll wake up to some clouds, but it'll be nice in the afternoon, warming up to 72. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nothing but sunshine and highs in the low 80s. It's cloudy and 62 in Seattle right now.
It's 8:45. Katrina is off today, so we check in with Frank Lenzi.
We're all familiar with rumble strips, those things on the freeway designed to keep you in your lane, keep you awake. In the United Arab Emirates, they have rumble strips that can play music. Now, you check this out. You might need to turn this up just a little bit. Name that tune.
Ah, that's Beethoven, isn't it?
Yes, very good. Beethoven's Ninths. So, do we need these here in Washington?
No, the regular ones are jarring enough, and I don't need the breaks between them. They just need to be yeah.
Okay.
Just need to be
the problem is that Beethoven song could make you fall asleep.
That's
as
true.
Well.
And how are you supposed to hear that in the car? That was recorded from outside the car.
What if, hear me out. What if it was Thin Lizzy instead of Beethoven? Does that change your opinion, Sully?
Anytime you say "hear me out,"
well, you know what? The Boys Are Back in Town is a really good song, but it takes a little while for that to get going, so. Or maybe Jailbreak. Either way, wow. Thin Lizzy is good. Yeah.
No, we don't need them. Thank you for asking.
It's 8:46, and G. Scott stops by the show next on Seattle's Morning News.
Mamma Mia, they're back. Direct from Sweden brings the music of ABBA to life at Angel of the Winds Casino Resort. Feel the energy, the nostalgia, and the joy. Saturday, August 16th. Doors at 6:30, show at 7:30. Don't miss Direct from Sweden, the music of ABBA. Tickets on sale now, starting at $49. Get yours at the Players Club or go to angelofthewinds.com. That's angelofthewinds.com.
Zanetta loved to swim, but 3 tears in the labrum of her left shoulder made it too painful. What to do? She knew what not to do.
There was no way I was going to do shoulder replacement on my left shoulder after having it done on my right.
So this time, Zanetta chose stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and I asked her to compare the shoulder surgery to the stem cell treatment.
Oh, there's no comparison. There is no comparison.
Let's give it a try anyway.
The recovery time was faster. The recovery was easier. I was back to activities faster. It didn't hurt as much. I feel like I've got 100% recovery in my left shoulder.
So will you be swimming today?
Already done.
Already been swimming. How many laps do you do?
I try to get in a mile.
Mile a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, she says. Doesn't everybody swim a mile a day? So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, first at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts here from all the patients I've talked to and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hi, my name is Jordan Gage, head of school at King Schools. Is tuition cost the #1 thing keeping you from making the leap into Christian education? Did you know that King Schools awards over $2.3 million in tuition assistance every year? 25% of the families that make up the this incredible Kings community utilize our variable tuition program to make Kings more accessible. The team at Kings would love to have you on campus for a tour and consultation to see how to make it possible for your family to experience the difference in Christian education at Kings.
Mention this ad and no application fee. Go to joinkings.org for more info.
Want to cut your home energy bills, breathe cleaner air, and improve comfort? The answer, AeroSeal from Home Comfort Alliance. This advanced process seals leaks in your ductwork, improving efficiency and air quality. Normally $2,500. Right now, for PSC customers, get AeroSeal for as little as $99 when they install a furnace or heat pump. Plus, save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
He's coming up with the G and Ursula show from 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. Welcome, G. Scott.
And host of The Reset.
And,
that
on
too.
YouTube.
Season's just about to start for the Seahawks, too, but you're going to get me sidetracked.
No, that's right. Let's go. So, Gene Balk, the FYI guy, by the way, I got to show him some love. Love everything that he does with the Seattle Times. For the first time, adults age 65 and older outnumber children under 18 in most of the counties here in the state of Washington. Let's break it down like Gene Balk did. More older adults than children now live in a majority of Washington counties, reflecting a statewide demographic shift. This trend is occurring as birth rates decline and the population ages, with the number of children under the age of 18 dropping from 2020 to 2023. It dropped by 3%. 50,000 less kids under the age of 18. While that number of people 65 and older, that grew. So some of y'all folks that just jumped in the 65 range, well, that has increased by 11% from 2020 to 2023. That's 128,000 during that same period. So basically what I'm trying to say to you, that's not a good thing. And here's why it's not a good thing, and I'll explain. Let's take China, who we all know, we hear that is supposed to be the superpower rivaling the United States of America. Problem is, they instituted the one-child policy in 1979 that went all the way to 2015. And a lot of folks weren't having kids. That has them in a pickle. They got them in a bind right now because they got a lot of old folks and very little young folks. So look at this like, you should look at it like a pyramid in your mind. The ideal where you have the robust economy, you have those paying into Social Security, helping out our elderly brothers and sisters out there. When it's going great, the pyramid looks like this, where you have the older folks at the top of that pyramid, and you have the younger folks towards the bottom, and you just keep it going and keep it going. But right now, as we know, things are different. Mima and Papa, who used to have 9 and 15 kids back in the day, my dad was one of 9 kids. That just doesn't happen anymore. You don't see Lois walking down the street. Hey, Lois got 12 kids. That don't happen anymore. Lois has 1 now because, and as a matter of fact, some have none because it's expensive to have kids. So there's what I'm coming to talk about today.
Well, it's expensive to be older, too. And when we think about paying into Social Security, Medicare, stuff like that, if there are fewer people doing that, it seems like that might be a long-term problem.
Yeah, it ain't good. but I always try to come in with the glass half full and the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, no. The news that I just shared just now for the state of Washington, no, that is not good. But this is something that we have been talking about. And, I was thinking, I remember when I was 18, 19, and me amongst my friends, and I'm Gen X. I had friends with kids and already getting ready to get married and families. Now I look at my kids and their friends. None of them are getting married. No, yeah. Well, actually, I take that back. My son actually just got engaged this past weekend.
Oh,
so
congrats.
But again, a lot of people right now, kids are saying, look, childcare is too expensive. right? Housing affordability is through the roof here in the state of Washington. I need to wait before I bring children into this world, which is understandable. But, you got folks waiting until their 30s.
By the way, someone on the text line wants to know who Lois is.
It just depends on what week it is. This week has been Lois.
Yeah, yesterday was Lois too.
It was Lois yesterday. Sometimes I go Cletus. Sometimes Mima, Pawpaw. You know what I mean? But whenever now that they're asking about Lois, I'll take you in. When I tell these stories and I'm talking, it feels like I'm still a kid. It's probably the reason why I loved reading so much, because when my mom and I get in trouble and I was on punishment and I was allowed to have books but I couldn't watch TV, I would just really zone out and go places. And so my imagination is like through the roof. So even when I read news and stuff like that, to this day, I still put faces, make-believe faces and names to the story. So sometimes it's why it comes out.
Get a feeling that young G read a lot of books when he was a kid.
You didn't get in trouble, did you?
A lot of trouble. I read a lot of books. But that was, when I would read books, I always felt like, you guys think I'm in trouble. I'm in here hanging out reading books.
Thanks, G. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
New crash to tell you about, this one on southbound 405 at Totem Lake, blocking the left-hand lane right around 116th. That's added to what was already an hour drive from Everett into Bellevue. Everett to Seattle, slightly under an hour, so we're starting to get there. Across the lake, we're improving. We're back down to about 25 minutes to go from Bellevue to Seattle. Southbound I-5 still kind of struggling a little bit through Fife and down across the Puyallup River Bridge. That's after a long-term crash we had near the Dome. 20 minutes from Federal Way to Tacoma, still about a 10-minute delay. Federal Way to Seattle is picking up the pace. Hour drive total, 40 of those minutes from South Center. Valley Freeway still 50. Rented to Bellevue about 45 still, so we still have some work to do there. This report brought to you by the KIRO Newsradio Rundown and the newsletter at 888. You could 973-5476. Text it to that. Subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown, where you can get the latest news and info right to your inbox.
Mostly cloudy, 69 today. It's 62 right now. This is KIRO News Radio.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Milgard window specialists who have been trained by Milgard to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge.